Assalamualaikum Dr. Amira.
Waalaikumsalam.
Ganti Dr. Yong pagi ni.
Betul.
Okey. So lepas setengah kita start ya. Saya dah
Okay.
jadikan. Saya dah tukar doktor jadi co-host. So lepas ni nak share screen. Boleh share screen macam biasa lah ya doktor.
Okay, thank you.
Uh, Tolong kat sini pula. Okay, good evening everyone. Today, if you see the schedule, supposed to be Dr. Yong will present Module 5, which is Research Ethics and Safety. But due to unforeseen circumstances, Dr. Amira will replace him to present the same module. Okay, without further ado, I'll pass the session to Dr. Amira. You may proceed, Doctor.
Okay, thank you very much. Puan Nurul ya?
Ya, saya.
Okay, thank you very much Puan Nurul. Hi and good morning everyone. Assalamualaikum. I am Dr. Amira Abdul Rahman, the coordinator of Research Ethics from Research Management Center, and I'll be delivering two lectures today. So I'll make it short. I'll try to make it short and perhaps make the Q&A session longer. Yeah. Okay. Let me just put it in on slideshow. Okay. All right. So the first talk that I'll be sharing is on research ethics application procedures, especially for postgraduates. Okay, let us see. Before that, I would like to introduce our unit. So this is our unit, the Ethics and Publication Unit. Actually, under Ethics and Publication Unit, we are separated into two subunits, which is the Ethics subunit, which is what I'm delivering right now, the talk on research ethics. And then another one is the Publication subunit. Okay, and Dr. Yong is the head of Ethics and Publication subunit, whereas I am the coordinator specifically for research ethics and also the secretary of Research Ethics Committee in UITM. And under the ethics subunit, we have three staff, which is one executive officer and two clerks. Whereas under the subunit, the publication subunit, we have two staff, support staff, one EO and one clerk. All right. So a brief introduction on UITM Research Ethics Committee. Actually, now we have two committees. Okay, we have the main one, UITM Research Ethics Committee, which is under UITM Shah Alam in Shah Alam campus. And then we have the Ethics Review Committee in the college branch faculty and also COE. For the main UITM Research Ethics Committee, UITM REC, the chairperson would be Professor Emeritus Dr. Raymond Azman Ali. He is from the Faculty of Medicine and his expertise is on neurology. Whereas the others, the ethics review committees at the college branch and faculties, that is chaired by different people according to each college branch and faculties. As you can see on the right, this is what we have, the ethics approval applications that has been submitted to us every year. We have the data from 2019. Actually, the REC is established way before that, since 2004, if I'm not mistaken, yeah. But The data that we have shown here is just for the purpose of looking at the past five years, the applications that has been submitted to us. So as you can see, last year only we have more than 5,000 applications submitted to us, and this year we have reached 4,000 plus. All right, and the RC Secretariat, as you can see just now, from the under the subunit ethics under RMC, they took care of the applications submitted to the UITM Research Ethics Committee. We will see which one submits to which subunits or committee. Yeah. Okay, so this is very important for you to identify, because different mode of registration submitted to different committee. For example, postgraduate by research or mixed mode, you have to submit your application to the UITM Research Ethics Committee, which we will be processing. The RC Secretariat will be processing your applications. How about masters by coursework? Masters by coursework or undergraduates will be submitting their application to the ethics review committee under your respective college, branch or faculties. Okay, I hope that is clear, because the path would be different. One would be manual and another one would be online. We have a system for REC. Okay, before I go on into the application system and so on, I would like for you to think about your proposal development. When you wanted to develop your proposal, you have to address the points of ethical aspects. It would be better for you to address earlier, so that when you wanted to apply, you have no minimal concerns regarding the applications, so that the reviewers of ethical aspects would comment less. So what type of questions would you be looking into? So you might have key questions regarding your research, the problem statement, the justification of doing your research, and that has to be indicated in your methods. For the justification of doing the study, in your methods, you must justify as well. Why are you choosing that type of methods when you have various other methods? Does it bring benefits? Does the benefits outweigh the risks that you will be imposing on your participants, and so on? Okay. What else? What other ethical problems can you identify while you are undertaking your research project? For example, while you are recruiting your subjects, while you are recruiting your participants, is there any potential ethical problems? Other than that, how would you build up your trust with your participants? Because you have to really ensure your participants understand about what they will be doing in your research. You cannot hide certain information from your participants. That you must be careful. And what would you use your research for? This means the benefits of the research for the participants, for you yourself as the researcher, and for the institution, even for the nation in the future. Please bear in mind that all research carried by postgraduate students must be under the supervision of a lecturer. Okay, so your supervisor as well as the research team is responsible to ensure that the research will be carried out in a safe and ethical manner. All right, so what I've mentioned before in the previous slides outlines the key ethical issues. Actually, we have 7. Okay, we have 7 key ethical issues, but I would like to bring your attention to these 4. key ethical issues that usually is what the students will come across. Okay, so how to conduct safe and ethical research? You must look at the informed consent. Informed consent meaning that your subjects are informed, your participants are informed of what they must do, what they are embarking themselves into before they gave consent to participate in your research. Okay, how about the right to withdraw? Although they have given consent to participate in your research, they have the right to withdraw at any time that they want, due to any reasons. Okay, so you must understand that because we cannot get angry with our participants when they wanted to withdraw midway. Okay, because they have the right to withdraw for whatever reasons. Okay, how about freedom from harm or disadvantage? Your research, like I've mentioned before, the benefit of the research must outweigh the risks. Harm or disadvantage including not only physical harm, including mental harm. All right. And of course, during the recruitment, sometimes we will obtain some private data from the participants, from the individuals. So you must be able to outline how you will maintain the confidentiality and anonymity of the subjects, of your research participants, right? So why is it important for you to apply for ethics approval in UiTM? Okay. I would like to emphasize here that in UiTM, research ethics approval is mandatory for all research involving human participants. Although there are some cases where research involving human participants can be exempted from ethical review. So to know which type of research can be exempted, we have that outlined, the justification of exemption outlined in our form, which is the exemption form REC 11 for postgraduates by research or mixed mode. For masters by coursework, that would be the exemption for ERC 4. Okay, don't worry about that. I'll go into that later. Okay, other than that, proceed to the next slide. Why can't I proceed? Next. Okay, other than that, it is our academic responsibility to apply for ethics approval because in publication, when you wanted to disseminate your findings through publication, most of the high impact factor, I think all of the high impact factor journal will require for you to submit the evidence that you have applied for ethics approval. Okay, I'm talking about high impact factor journals, yeah? Right? Especially for research involving human participants and also animal study. Okay. Well, coming to that, I would like to highlight here that applications related to human research ethics is processed by us. For example, we process research applications that is related to human participants, that is related to human products, and studies that may potentially impact human participants. It doesn't matter whether physically or mentally. Okay, we process this type of application. But how about animal studies? How about biosafety? Okay, we have another ethics committee for that. For animal studies, you can refer to UiTM Care if you are dealing with animals. For biosafety, biosafety research, you can refer to another committee. You can look at the committees under the RMC website. Okay, and who needs to apply? Not only the students, our staff, our researchers needs to apply for ethics approval, and that includes non-UiTM researchers, which is external parties conducting research on UiTM staff or students or in UiTM premises. Okay, they need to apply for approval from our Research Ethics Committee. All right, next is how to determine whether your project requires ethics approval. So this, the points that I will be outlining in the next slides refers to the ones that cannot be exempted at all. Okay, for example, I have given you some questions to ask yourself about your research to determine whether your research really needs ethics approval or not. The first one would be, does your intended research include any of the following methodologies? Does it include interviews, taking oral histories, questionnaires or online surveys, social media analysis, ethnography or observation, or other live human participants, as well as collecting their data? In that case, you must apply for ethics approval. You must apply. But for social media research, you can you can read the guidelines. You can refer to these guidelines for further information, yeah? Because on social media research, it's actually a very wide topic. So if you are doing something on social media, please educate yourself by referring to the guidelines, as well as the internet research. Sometimes we have research, we have students that would like to collect data from the internet. Okay, so how do you go about it? Can it be exempted? Please educate yourself regarding internet research and social media research if it applies to you. Okay, the next question would be, does your research any of the intended to involve any of the following groups? The first one would be patients, minors, which is children 17 and below, vulnerable adults. The definition is that one of the definition is that those who may be unable to give informed consent or who are in a dependent position. Dependent meaning the prisoners, for example, the prisoners are dependent on the prisoners management or the law. What else? The students are dependent perhaps on the universities. And then what else? People engage in criminal or illegal activities and so on. Yeah? That could be classified under vulnerable groups. Okay, this is just an elaboration of what I have mentioned just now. Patients or individuals with ill health and someone who is too young to legally consent or to fully understood the consequences of participating in the research. They must have a guardian or the parents, a person of minority status, for example, a refugee, and a person in a hierarchical structure who feels obliged to participate in the research. But normally they do not want to do that. Okay, right. What else? Does your research require any travel or take place in any high-risk locations? An example given, a foreign country, especially when there is a travel warning in place, or you might put yourself at personal risk by visiting, for example, the psychiatric ward, or any location that you might think be high risk. Okay, you have to apply for ethics approval, because ethics approval is not only to protect the participants, but to protect the researchers, to protect the university, the institution. Okay. What do we have here? The use of secondary data must meet some of the key ethical conditions before they can be exempted, because I have received many questions regarding whether secondary data can be exempted or not. Not all secondary data can be exempted, but to be exempted, they must be de-identified before release to the researchers. De-identified meaning that you cannot identify the source of your data to an individual. Consent of the subjects can be reasonably presumed. Okay, and the outcome of the analysis must not allow re-identifying participants. For example, you have interpreted your data, you have analyzed your data, and then you wanted to identify which data belongs to which individual. You cannot do that. Okay, in the case of exemption lah. But if there is the need to identify the participants, then your application cannot be exempted. It must go through full ethics review. Okay, and the last one is the use of data must not result in any damage or distress. And to know about, and I have provided a guideline on secondary data research. So if your study involves secondary data research, please educate yourself. Please refer to the guidelines given. Because the topic is very wide, and due to the limitation of the time, I cannot discuss further about that. So we will go on to the next slide. Oops. Okay, do you need ethics approval then? After you have looked into the questions given. So there is a checklist for you to know whether you require ethics approval for your research. We have a risk classification checklist, and then the students are advised to discuss their methods and ethical issues with the lecturer. You can discuss with your supervisor, dissertation supervisor, or research methodology lecturer. And then you are required to apply for ethics approval. If, let's say, you are required to apply for ethics approval, this is very important to note that you should not begin your data collection until your application have obtained approval. Okay, because data collection cannot be done unless you have obtained the full ethics approval, not the conditional approval, but the full ethics approval. Okay. Right. So how to apply? So we're going to about on how to apply for ethics approval. The application steps. Of course, as a student, everything must start with understanding the guidelines, reading the manuals. We have the guidelines, we have the manuals listed in our website, and you can just freely download it. And then download the relevant application or forms for Masters by Coursework. But for the other students, the other postgraduate students by research and mixed mode, you have to go to the RED system to apply for ethics approval. And then complete the application forms. Why am I highlighting complete? Because incomplete forms will not be processed further. Okay, to make things easier for you, as well as the secretariat and other stakeholders involved, for example, reviewers, your coordinators, and so on, your supervisors, please ensure that the forms are complete. Ensure that no sections are left blank. And then you have to obtain the endorsement from the coordinator prior to submission to each committees, the Ethics Review Committee or Research Ethics Committee. The endorsement is very important because without the endorsement, it will be deemed incomplete. And then submit your application forms to the respective secretariats and look out for corrections. Sometimes the reviewers have some will be giving you feedback regarding your applications. You have to look out for the emails, look at the RED system to follow through at which stage your RED, your application is at, and make the necessary corrections. Okay, and presentation. Presentation is only compulsory for research application which is under more than minimal risk. Okay, so again, are you a postgraduate registered under research mode or mixed mode? If you are, you must submit your ethics approval application under the UITM Research Ethics Committee, which will be processed by REC Secretariat. If you are Masters by Coursework, please refer to your respective college, branch and faculties when you wanted to submit your research review ethics review application. Okay. Which forms again? For UITM staff, non-UITM staff, postgraduates by research or mixed mode, it goes under the RED system. For masters by coursework and undergraduates, you have to do it manually at your respective PTJs. Okay. What forms are involved? So basically, the forms are the same. It's similar. The forms are similar, yeah. For in RED system, we have the application form, the risk classification form, the participant information forms, and the assent form is if required. Okay. As well as for the masters by coursework, it's just that the forms are have to be manually downloaded. And then for exemption form, please take note here, exemption must be done manually for both modes. Okay, REC 11 can be downloaded from the website as well as the ERC form from our website. Okay, so this is just an overview of the RED system. This is the link to the system and the interface. To know more about how to navigate yourself through the system, please look at the infographic and the manual for each person. Okay, for yourself, you can look at the manual, RED manual for applicant. We have the manual for reviewer as well as the manual for research committee. So I will not go into one by one regarding the the flow chart, because we have 3 flow charts. 3 flow charts. What differs it is in the type of category of your application. If it is minimal risk, you can refer to flowchart 1. Minimal risk, refer to flowchart 1, and we have provided the timeline here. For example, within 14 working days, the research committee at your respective faculties or branch or college must screen through your application and provide the endorsement. And then 14 working days, the RC Secretariat will screen again your forms for completion and proceed to the next part if your forms are complete. Okay, if it is not complete, you will receive an email for amendment. And then our reviewers are given 14 working days to look through your application. Right? And please, again, look out for any amendments, any emails for amendments in the RED system. And then the decision after you have made the amendments will be notified to you within 14 working days. But usually, from our side, the REC Secretariat, it will be done much more earlier. In 3 days, for example. Although we were given 14 working days, it depends on the bulk of application that has been submitted to us for that month. Okay, if the applications is less that month, we can process your application not more than 3 days. We can issue out the letter not more than 5 days. It depends because we have to obtain the chairman's signature. All right, I hope that is clear. And this is the flow chart. Yes?
Sorry, the 14 days approval tu, notification tu, Is it after the 28 days?
After the 28 years? Yes, yes. After.
Okay.
Exactly. That is correct. Okay. So this the next flowchart will be flowchart 2. Flowchart 2 is similar to the minimal risk, but this is for more the minimal risk. And what differs it from flowchart 1 is that you have to present your proposal or applications to our committee. And the committee will have a meeting every third Tuesday of each month. For November, the meeting would be on the third Tuesday of November, which will be 21st of November. The third week, the third week. To look at the meeting calendar, you can refer to our website. We have listed out the weeks for the meetings, the specified dates for the meetings. Right. And then we have flowchart 3. Flowchart 3 is only applies to the master by coursework. So please refer to your flowchart. It is essential because usually the students, the supervisors will ask for the timeline. Okay, it has been 2 weeks, they said. What is the status of our application? So you can look at the timeline. If let's say your status is pending, although it has exceeded 7 working days, then you can contact the respective person in charge. Okay. So next one. Okay. So this is the forms. The forms for your ethics approval application. Actually, this is a manual form. What I wanted to show you here is the components of the sections is similar, is the same in the RAD system or in the manual form. It's similar. So what I would like to emphasize here is that all sections must be filled. Tick the appropriate boxes, and then you have to briefly describe the study background, include only references cited in this background, not in your whole proposal, because sometimes the proposal you have more than 50 cited references. Please do not copy paste from your proposal. Just put whatever that you have cited in your background. This is to make things easier, because the more you put in your application, the more the reviewers had to review, and it will take time. So to be smart, put the background, the executive background, but the problem statement, the justification of doing the study must be clear. If it is not clear, it will be trouble as well, because the reviewers might feel that, okay, this study have no benefits or less benefits towards the participants and the community. So please be smart, okay, and then next one is the research objective. I highly encourage you, especially for the quantitative research, to number your objectives. Qualitative, yes, you can do that as well. Number your objectives so that it is clear to the reviewers what you wanted to do for your study. The expected benefit, the social benefits to the participants, stakeholders involved. And then I would like to highlight on the number 5, the expected date of initial data collection. It must be after RC approval. Okay, just estimate, right? If you submit your application this month in November, your estimated of initial data collection should be in January. It differs from the research commencement. Commencement might involve the proposal writing and so on. So that can be way before RC approval. But the expected date of initial data collection, where you initiate the data collection with your participants, that must be 2 months after you have received the approval. sorry, 2 months after, yes, 2 months after you have submitted your ethics approval application, because please give us time to process your application, right? If let's say you have received your ethics approval way before the 2 months time, it's okay. You can straight away start your data collection. The location of the research must be specific. Do not just put the location is in China. The location is in Malaysia or in UITM, because UITM is very big. We have so many faculties. Location must be specific. Okay. And in research design and methodology, do not put definitions here, because we have received so many applications from the students outlining the definition. For example, the definition of cross-sectional study is etc., etc. We do not need the definition, but what we do need here is that how will you conduct your research? For example, you say that you wanted to do a questionnaire or an interview. Will that interview be in a closed room? Will it be an individual interview or a group interview? So we would like to know the process. The process of recruitment is important. What will you do to the participants? And then what will you do with the data that you have obtained? How will you store the data? Please take note of that, because we have received so many feedback from the reviewers regarding the research design and methodology, which is not clear. And then the inclusion and exclusion criteria that outlines what you wanted to do, what inclusion criteria, the characteristics of participants, your participants that you wanted to include, and the things that you wanted to exclude from your study. And then we have the research flowchart. It is the summary of whatever that you have put in number 7 in your methodology, a summary. The flowchart is a summary. And then how about the statistical analysis, this sample size calculation? Please indicate the calculation for the sample size, especially the quantitative study. Qualitative, you can justify. Okay, and it will be better if you can cite the references where the calculation is obtained from. Okay, it cannot be just plucked out of the sky, right? 40 sample size, but where did you get the number from? There must be scientific explanation. And then the statistical analysis should be appropriately address the objective. State what type of analysis that you foresee yourself to do. And the funding, if there is no funding, put not applicable. And agreement to conduct the research. This is for your co-researchers as well. Yeah, you have to get their endorsement. Okay, the supervisors, of course, for in the R&D system, usually you are not required to obtain your supervisor's signature, but your supervisors must be aware of the application that you wanted to submit under R&D system. Okay. Please inform your supervisors, your respective supervisors. And then we have research risk classification, which will determine whether your research classifies under minimal risk or more than minimal risk. This will help to classify your research. Okay, next slide. Okay, the risk classification, we have 21 or 22 questions, which you can just tick yes or no. But let's say you have ticked yes. You must briefly describe why you have ticked yes for that question. For example, does your data involve any potential discomfort? If yes, what is it? Explain briefly. Will you be collecting biological fluids? If yes, how many mils and what type of biological fluids? Right? Okay, just a checklist for you to ensure that your application is complete, right? And the applicant's signature as well as the supervisor's signature. This is required in the manual form. Again, in the RD system, you may not require to obtain your supervisor's signature, but you must inform your supervisor that you wanted to apply for ethics approval. Okay, and then the endorsement. I've mentioned before, you must obtain the endorsement for a master's by coursework in your respective faculties or branches. You have to obtain the endorsement from the coordinator before your application will be processed by the ERC, the Ethics Review Committee at your respective faculties or branch. But for postgraduates by research or mixed mode or staff, it must be verified via the RD system, and the verification is done by the person in charge of the research committee. If let's say your application has been pending for so long, for 1 week, for example, you can contact the person in charge at your research committee, not research ethics committee, research committee at your college branch of faculties and ask for the status. Why hasn't it been verified yet? Please give them some time because they need to obtain the signature from the dean or the rectors, right? So this is just an overview of the process via RED system. It starts with the applicant. It starts with the applicant, and then when the applicant has submitted their application via the RD system, the status will be pending. Okay, pending or correction. Okay, it depends on the PIC of your research committee. If let's say you have to do the corrections at the faculty or PTJ levels, please do the corrections. Okay, and then after you have done the corrections, at the PTJ level, the research committee level, the status will still be pending unless they have endorsed. Okay, so you need the endorsement from the PTJ level. The PTJ level, the research committee or your faculties, your branches will change the status to verified. Okay, after it has been verified, only then the Secretariat of REC will receive your application for further processing. At this stage, we will not receive your application for processing. So bear in mind, after it is verified, only then the Secretariat of REC will receive your application and will assign the reviewers for the ethical aspects. The reviewers for ethical aspects is at this part. Okay, they will screen, they will assign the reviewer, and then they will change the status to minor, major, or resubmit the application. So you have to look out for the emails, yeah. And then after that, after you have addressed all feedback and so on, please they will issue out the approval letter. Okay.
Doctor,
Yes.
the flowchart, do you have it in English?
The flowchart, this flowchart, yes. The flowchart is in our website in English. And then in the RD system, the status, the meaning of each status is listed in the RD system.
All right. Noted.
Okay.
Thank you, Doctor.
So, and then we have the participants information sheet. The participant information sheet is very important as well because this is for your participants. It must be less technical jargon using non-expert language. Depends on your participants. If your participants is not an expert, of course, you must lay it out in the layperson's language. Avoid scientific jargon. medical jargon, do not include citations. And then the forms should be worded as an explanation to your participants to what they must do, okay, to what they must embark themselves into, right? So to make it easier, after you have filled up the participants' information sheet, you can ask your parents, you can ask your siblings to read about the information that you have provided. If they understood, then it is good to go, right? And I would like to highlight here, please provide the name and your telephone numbers in your participants' information sheet, or at least your email. Yeah. Okay. For the consent form, this is for the manual form. Yeah? In our RD system, you do not need to do anything. But for the manual forms, don't just leave it blank, because this is actually for your participants. This is just an example of the consent form for your participants to fill up. The consent form is for 17 years of age and below. And this is similar to what we have in your participants' information form. It's just that it must be worded simpler, age appropriate, so that it will be understood by your minor participants. This is the forms, yeah. Leave it blank for the ones that you have to take the sign or the signature of your participants, because this is just an example, yeah. Okay, but this one, you must fill up the sections. Okay, now going on to the exemption. This is the exemption, yeah, the exemption form. The exemption form for ERC4 is for Masters by Coursework, REC 11 is for the others, and this is done manually. It's not in the system, even for the others, yeah, the postgraduates by research and mixed mode. Okay, if let's say you think that your study can be exempted from ethical review, you can fill up this form, and then you can attach your proposal and fill up this section briefly. And this is just the justification for exemption. Go through each of the justification, and if it is not listed here, you can provide the details. And then we will look through. If let's say, for example, after looking through your documents, your applications, the reviewers felt that, oh, okay, this cannot be exempted. It has to go through ethical review. So you have to go back into the system or using the manual forms for the ERC, right? So in short, the application forms that is involved is these forms, okay, for Masters by Coursework of undergraduates. And if you are a postgraduate, please go through the RD system. All the manuals, all the guidelines are in our website. So please visit our website, yeah, for more information. Okay. How to submit again? If you were to submit to REC, you have to go through this system. ERC, you have to go to your respective faculties or branches and download your manual applications form. Okay, the categories of decision. Okay, I'll go very quick on this because I would just like to emphasize that conditional approval, if you have received conditional approval, this is not the full approval. This is not approved yet. You have to make the necessary corrections. Only then you can receive the full approval, meaning that data collection cannot start if you receive conditional approval. You have to receive the full approval with the code, the ethics approval code. Okay.
Doctor,
Yes.
how do you consider minor amendments or major amendments?
Minor amendments or major amendments is just the duration of the time given to you to submit your feedback. If let's say you receive major amendments, how do we consider? It is the amount of corrections that you have to do. So for major amendments, you will be given 3 months to correct your application. But if you can correct it within 1 week, no problem. Just submit it. as long as you have addressed all of the queries by the reviewers. It's just to give you some time to do your amendments, your corrections, because after you have exceeded the time, you have to resubmit as a fresh application. So do not exceed the time. For minor amendments, you are given 1 month. But if you can just do it within 3 days, then you can quickly resubmit your application. It depends on you.
Okay, thank
Alright.
you. But usually the major amendments, the amendments, usually on the method or
It depends. It could be on the methods if it is not clear, or it could be on the problem statement if it is not clear why you are doing your study.
I
Because
see.
because sometimes the students just copy paste from the proposal, just an excerpt from the proposal, kan? They don't want to be lengthy, so it is not clear in the applications, the ethics application. Okay, it could be on your sample size calculation because you just put a number there without any explanation. It depends, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, Dr.
So
Amira.
yes.
I have one question. Can you go back to the previous one? All right. Regarding the represent, what do you mean by represent? It means that we didn't pass the presentation.
Okay, good question. Represent meaning this is especially for more than minimal risk application. Because more than minimal risk, you have to present your application at the full board meeting. So if let's say the committee is not satisfied with your presentation, I mean, there is so many loopholes, so many gray areas, and you could not answer the questions, then you have to represent. But this seldom occurs lah.
Means that represent means we didn't pass the presentation yet.
You have presented but you did not satisfy the committee's queries. You have to represent. But don't worry, it seldom occurs.
Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Okay. So how to categorize? This is just a guideline, yeah. A guideline, a general guideline. It could be deliberated by the committee. Okay, how to categorize your risk of research, because many students have asked me, how do I know whether my research is more than minimal risk, because they are afraid to present their applications to the full board meeting. Don't worry. Don't worry, yeah? Okay, if you are required to present, don't worry. If the application is justified, it's clear, you will have no problem. It will be sail smooth, yeah? It will. Okay, so how to categorize the expedited review? If it is minimal risk, usually your study does not involve vulnerable population. But if it does not mean that it will be categorized under minimal risk. It depends on what is your objective. We will look through that. So any collection of stigmatizing information, if it does not involve, okay, then it is okay. It can be classified under minimal risk. How about more than minimal risk? Clinical trial, of course, it is more than minimal risk. If your study involves intervention study, it might be classified under minimal risk. It depends on the objectives. Questionnaires to vulnerable group, it depends on the way you pose your questions, or even interviews, yeah, genetic and genomic studies and so on. Exemption, just look at the justification that is listed in the exemption form, but it will be subjected to expedited review at the level of the chairperson or the research ethics committee if there is a need. Okay.
Doctor.
Yes.
Sorry. For the application, do we need to submit the overall of our thesis, or just the specific area that we feel that require ethical approval?
Okay, you mean the overall proposal. Okay, usually it is on the project. Because it will not be clear if you just extract out a part of your project to be submitted for ethics approval, because the application needs some justification. Why are you doing this part, kan? So it will be easier for you to submit, to lay out the project in the application, the whole project in the application. It depends lah. It
Okay, and
depends
then
on.
so let's say we have four objectives.
Mm-mm.
Maybe the objective 1 and 2 will involve the ethical approval. So just focus on that 2 lah.
I encourage you, I suggest you to list out all 4 objectives, because the interpretation might be from objective 1 and 2 for objective 3 and 4. I don't know.
Okay,
Okay. Mm-mm.
Alright.
All right. So just ensure your forms are complete, and then it must be in English unless NET approves you to be submitted in other languages. And then before your submission, endorsement is very important, and ensure that no major grammatical errors, because sometimes major grammatical errors will give different meanings. The meanings will not be clear. So it will be returned to the applicant. So that is why your supervisor play a role to look at your applications. Okay, for other documents, for example, if you are doing questionnaires on Malaysian citizens, for example, or on UiTM students, you must submit your questionnaires in both languages, English and Malay. Yeah, English and Malay. Okay, so for further information, you can visit our website. You can download the guidelines and so on, and you can also contact our REC Secretariat. We have several numbers. You can refer to our website for the numbers of each secretariat. You can also email me for further questions if you need to. All right, so that is for the ethics, research ethics, specifically on the application. I think we'll have a 3 minutes break, before we proceed to the next one, which is on research and publication ethics lah. Okay, so this is prepared by Dr. Yong Soon Kong. So I'll be presenting on his behalf. Okay, so just a 3 minutes break to the toilet if you need to, and then we will proceed. Yes?
Then can we ask question during this 3 minutes?
Boleh lah. You
Boleh,
can.
Okay, Dr. Yang, for the consent, we need to specify the names of the person that we want to interview or ni, or just the organization is enough?
The consent form ke?
Yes.
The names too, you might not know, kan? You might not know yet. So in the participants,
the
organization is the population lah. The population of your study is needed to be clear in your methodology. Kalau dalam participants information sheet, you do not need to outline the organization actually, but it's just that the information given to your participants need to be clear so that they can be understood by your participants. But the population of your study, that must be in your methodology.
Okay. So let's say I want to have to get some data from MBSA ke macam tu. So do I need to send them the consent letter or?
Yes, you need to obtain their consent, whether they agree to participate in your study.
Okay. All right. Noted. Thank you.
All right. So another 1 minute and then kita proceed ya.
Doktor.
Ya.
Sorry, saya nak tanya, kalau untuk preliminary study perlu ke research ethic ke?
Prelim involving human data collection, yes, it requires ethics approval.
Okay. Alright, thank you.
Okay. you can actually combine your study kan, prelim as well as the next step that you'll be doing. But I understand that the prelim study determines the next step, right? But actually, you can just hypothesize, and then if the hypothesis of the next steps is different from what you are, what you have gained from your preliminary data, you can always come back to us and make the amendments on the methodology. So you do not have to go through the whole process again. Sebab sometimes the students ask me, oh, so I need I need 2 ethics approval. Is it for number 1 for prelim study, and then for the subsequent study? No, you do not need 2 ethics approval. You can just combine it, predict what comes next, and then if what your prediction is not it's not as what you have predicted for your preliminary data, you can just come back to us and ask for amendments. You can do that. Okay.
Doctor, can you read the chat box?
Chat box. Yang ini macam banyak je. Sekejap ya. Takut tak sempat. Okay. Saya baca, tengok dulu. If any UiTM staff wants to conduct a research and the respondents will be the students, does the staff have to come out and upload a proposal and all this stuff? Okay, for the RD system, you have to just fill up the forms. Uploading the proposal is not a requirement unless for exemptions forms. That is a requirement. Yes, at the staff, it doesn't matter. UiTM staff, UiTM researchers, non-UiTM researchers that wanted to conduct a study, you must apply for ethics approval. Human study, you must apply for ethics approval. Okay, sekejap ya. Saya rasa saya proceed dulu and then we'll give some time for Q&A at the end of the session. Yeah. Okay, so we'll proceed for to ethics in research and publication. Now, okay, I've introduced you to our unit, the ethics and publication unit. So now I would like to highlight the publication subunit. This is their supporting staff, and Dr. Yong is Dr. Yong will be looking into matters related to publication ethics as well as other matters related to publication. So we have talked about the management of ethics application submissions. And then under the publication subunit, they have the services, plagiarism checks using Authenticate, and then consultation on research and publication ethics. Mainly on publication ethics for publication subunits. Consultation on research ethics is by us, the ethics subunit. Okay. For more information about the publication ethics, you can visit this website, the RMC website. So the content of this talk would be the introduction about the scholarly publication, the misconduct, especially on the misconducts. Okay, we'll look through. What about the misconducts? Yeah. Okay, so this is right. So the research cycle. The research cycle, as I've emphasized during my earlier slides, you first will identify the research problem, and then you'll be conducting your research. And after that, you will be looking into the findings. You will interpret your data, and then documentation. You will document your data, and at the end of the cycle would be the dissemination of your interpretation of findings. So the dissemination of your findings will be usually through publication. where when you wanted to publish, your manuscript will undergo a strict review process. Okay, in the journal, in accordance to the ethical standards outlined by the Committee on Publication Ethics. Okay, so publication ethics and research ethics, it's actually two different things. Publication ethics actually outlines the ethics during the publication state, and the research ethics is actually the whole process. Okay, what is the peer review process? For some of you might be familiar with the peer review process, especially PhD students kan. For the master students, what is the peer review process? It starts with you as the author. When you have write your paper, you will submit your paper to the relevant journals, and then the editor will look at your paper and assign the reviewers. If your paper met the basic requirements, I mean the scope of the journal, it will be assigned to the reviewers. If it does not met the scope of the journal, so that's why it is important for you to look at the scope of your journal. Is it relevant to what you have written in your paper? If it is not relevant, it will be straight away rejected or transferred to other journals. Nowadays, they have the transfer system. Okay, so if it is relevant, they will assign the reviewers, and then the reviewers review and give recommendation, and then you will address the you will address the queries by the reviewers. After that, the editor will make the decision whether to accept or reject. Okay, so that is the normal review process. Okay. So what is research ethics? Okay, research ethics study, we have talked about research ethics. It is about the norms of values, the right or wrong, the benefits. Does it outweigh the risks that you will be giving your participants or the community? And then a quick check at the retractionwatch.com reveals the dark side of misbehaving researchers. If you are interested to look through the dark side of the misbehaving researchers, to give some lessons to ourselves. Okay, but I'll be talking about the misconduct later on. So there are references for publication ethics. You can refer to the MCRCR, the Malaysian Code of Responsible Conduct in Research, as well as the COPE, the Committee on Publication Ethics. So that is the guidelines, the general guidelines. So how about the misconduct in research? And we'll look through the misconduct in research and also the scholarly publication. Okay, statistic on the paper retraction. As you can see here, the statistics on paper retraction is very alarming. As you can see, it has been increased. It is increased in previous years. I don't have the data on the current year, but I can tell you that the number is increasing. Okay, there are dramatic rise in retractions during the last decades, and then the list of fraud or suspected fraud has been risen, increased nearly more than tenfold. So what is the contributing factors? It is due to the KPIs, usually the increasing pressure to meet expectation for the students, because you must publish papers to grad as a PhD student or master students. That is a requirements for a lot of universities. Nowadays, I think in Malaysia, all universities requires for you to publish, especially PhD students. And then greed for financial gain from the publishing papers, and then lack of moral capacity to distinguish right or wrong. When you have the greed, the lack of moral capacity comes in the picture. The greed for financial gain for a fame and so on. Yeah? So that is the contributing factors that we can identify. So examples of academic misconduct. Okay, and this the severity of the list is higher lah when we go down the list. Minimal paraphrasing with citation. Minimal paraphrasing is considered as a misconduct as well, yeah, because it is considered as copy paste. And then redundant or duplicate publication. You have published this in your in one article, and then you publish it again in another article. A part of that results is published again in other articles. That is redundant or duplicated publication. And then representing work produced by another third party, okay, without consent. Okay, and then falsely representing individuals' contribution of the collaborating partners, translating the work of others without acknowledgement. Okay, and then copying the others' work and submitting as own work, and fabricating or doctoring data, and non-disclosing conflict of interest with intention to commit fraud. This is an examples of academic misconduct which can bring to the integrity unit. So, what are the examples of plagiarism? Plagiarism, as you can know, as you might know by now, it is a form of copy and paste. Submitting another's work word for word. For example, you have read an article, a journal, and you like the discussion that they have done. Okay, so you just copy paste the discussion to be put into your own discussions. So that is plagiarism, including the introduction and so on. Okay, it contains a single portion of the text from a single source without alterations. That is clear-cut copy and paste lah. So without citation, and then mix and match, combines perfectly cited sources with copied passages. Although it is not from a single source, it is from a multiple source. You combine, mix and match together, but with minimal paraphrases and so on. But if you check into the Turnitin, they will detect, oh, this is from these sources. This passage is from the next sources. So that will be considered as plagiarism. How about almost not plagiarizing? Just changing the keywords, using paraphrases, but retaining the essential content. That is considered as plagiarizing, although you have changed the keywords and phrases. Yeah? So in short, you actually have to extract the key points and make your own sentences based on your understanding. Yeah, and then you have to cite whatever that you have reported. Okay, so this is just one of the paraphrasing tool lah, because the paraphrasing tool might not be reliable in most of the time. For example, the text before, I did not plagiarize this essay, but what you intended to write is this, but what you got is this. I didn't counterfeited this exposition. It sounds a bit weird, right? So do not just copy paste whatever you have obtained from the paraphrasing tool. You have to revise it actually. You can use the paraphrasing tool, but in the end you still have to rephrase it. And cases in Malaysia, this is from 2014. There are cases where a prominent researcher plagiarized a book in his PhD dissertation way back in 2004. but the misconduct was later discovered 8 years later with a new technology which is Turnitin. But nowadays we have so many technology that can identify plagiarism. And unfortunately, this person has just been promoted to professor but was forced to retire early due to the misconduct. Okay, plagiarism in UiTM. So nearly 50% of the students admit to having plagiarized some content in their assignments, in their thesis, and so on. And almost all students know of others who have plagiarized. But in 2012, UiTM had began subscribing Turnitin. Besides Turnitin, we have original nowadays to combat plagiarism. So that's why in UiTM policy, it is compulsory to check the assignment or the thesis with Turnitin or original for all postgraduate students. Nowadays, we do it to our undergraduate students as well, if necessary. And then the similarity index of the thesis must be less than 30. The penalties, you could fail certain courses or even suspension. If we detect plagiarism has been done. Yeah. Okay. How about the examples for fabrication or falsification of the data? Okay. What is fabrication? Fabrication is actually reporting experiments that were never conducted. You make up fake data to support your hypothesis, to support your arguments. But what about falsification? You have your data, but your data might not be as what you have hypothesized, and you are not satisfied with your data, but you do not want to repeat the experiment. So you falsify your data, changing or omitting data to suit the desired outcome. So that is on fabrication and falsification. In 2016, this is cases in Malaysia. A PhD graduate was revoked for fabricating data in his papers. Okay, he fabricated using, I don't know, Photoshop. He photoshopped certain data, okay, to make it nicer, okay, so that when he publish his papers, he can publish his data in a high impact factor journal. Okay, so he was revoked and his supervisors were being investigated for the fabrication, for the falsification of the data. Okay. Well, it's not only his supervisors is affected. The reputation of the universities has also will also suffer. Yeah? How do we countering fabrication or falsification? So it might be difficult to distinguish from unintentional academic incompetence or malpractice. But supervisors may adopt these strategies, check and verify experiments data regularly. For example, what I do is that when the students have completed the experiment, we will look at the raw data and we will look at the analysis of the data. So repeat experiments and test the reproducibility of the data if necessary. Okay, and then the students should submit a manuscript as early as after passing the defense research proposal, if it applies to you, because some of us, especially the science-based, we cannot submit the manuscript because we have to wait for certain data, right? But if it applies to you, if you can submit your manuscript, you can write your manuscript as early as after passing the defense research proposal, then that would be much better, so that it would not be too much pressure on you. Too much pressure on you when you wanted to submit your thesis, you have to wait for a paper to be published before you can graduate. You can write a review paper, apa lagi, scoping review paper as a strategy. Okay, so how about gift or ghost authorship? The types of authorship. Okay, we have several. The first are corresponding authors, which conducts or supervises the data analysis. Your supervisor lah. Usually the corresponding author must be your supervisor. Usually your supervisor, because they have designed your study and they have supervised your study, your data analysis. Okay, and the first author is usually the student, because they have written the paper, they have analyzed the data. Okay, and puts the paper together and submits the paper to the journal. Okay, so that is first or corresponding authors. What about co-authors? They make intellectual contribution to the data analysis, contributes to data interpretation, and so on, and reviews each paper drafts. Must be able to present the results, if not all, some of the results, defend the implications and study limitation. Okay, so that is the types of authors. So what is gift authorship? Gift authorship is when the inclusion of the authors who did not contribute significantly, but it is based on the hierarchy, the expectation of favor. You wanted to give the authorship to a certain individual because of the hierarchy, and then requirement for graduation to increase the publications. For example, the students, PhD student 1, PhD student A, give the authorship to PhD student 2 and vice versa, so that you can increase your publication for graduation. But they are not involved directly in both projects. How about ghost authorships? Ghost author refers to the individual who has been paid to write but is not listed as an author. Okay, ghost authorship raises many ethical questions, such as falsely representing a graduate students, because a graduate students should have the skills to write the paper. But then again, the graduate students paid someone to write the paper, to write the thesis for him or herself. So you may not be able to grasp or to develop the skills, the writing skills, the appropriate writing skills. Okay, and then the conflict of interest lah. Okay, so this is what the ghostwriters advertisement. We can see the ghostwriters advertisement posted everywhere, in the Shopee even, in the Facebook and various forms of social media. Okay. And then there is even websites for academic help made easy for them to sort of write your articles for you. But the price is very expensive. This is not ethical. Because as a student, this is why you enroll yourself as a student, so that you can develop your skills of interpretation skills, your writing skills, and so on. Okay. Oops. Why can't I go to the next slide? Okay, next slide. So what are the solutions? Okay, there are no hard and fast rules, but the solution, because the policing is often difficult, you have to have evidence and so on. But authorship matters and should be consented by all parties at the initial stage of manuscript preparation, even at the initial stage of proposal development. you should be able to assign, okay, this co-researcher, what are their contribution and so on. Okay. So if, let's say, the authorship dispute remains unresolved, you can seek mediation, you can seek guidance from your faculties or the person in charge, especially the research committee at your faculty or branch level. Yeah? Okay. So the next example would be the examples of publication misconduct on duplicate or multiple submission. So this is a possible waste of journal resources, duplicated, for example, duplicated peer reviews, and also editing, a waste of money, because some of the publication will be supported by the universities. Yeah, ghost authors may have been used, and then potential implications on the students because your paper will be retracted. And submission embargo will be implicated on you, and of course reputation damage. And this is an example. Yeah, in 2014, one image was duplicated in 8 papers. You can see how many papers it has been duplicated over and over again. Yeah, and when it was detected, all of the publication has to be retracted. Okay, so it's such a waste of time. Yeah? Okay. So moving on to predatory publication. What is predatory publishing? Predatory publishing refers to the entities that prioritize self-interest at the expense of scholarship or money making. So Jeffrey Beall created a list of predatory journal, but was pressured to remove the list in 2017. What is the differences between a reputable and predatory journal? So for credible journals, the peer review, the revisions, the rejections, usually the peer review are usually strict. The revision is usually strict. You have to abide to the guidelines and so on. But what about predatory journal? So usually the peer review, there is no peer review. That is number one. That is the alarming facts about predatory journals. Yeah, there is no peer review. If there is, the peer review is very easy, not that strict, just for the purpose of passing the process. Yeah. Okay, so that would be the differences. And usually reputable, of course, it is a high impact journal, tough to publish in, but very reputable. For predatory journal, it is a shortcut to shame lah, because it may be easy, very easy to publish, but it is a shortcut to shame. So the impact of publishing in predatory journal, it may be financial loss. Again, the funders, which is the universities or the grants, may not receive the projected return of investment because your data might not be, might be questionable. Okay, and then some more, they have provided the money for you to publish in this predatory journal. And then the damage to the reputation of the researcher, and of course, the nation, Malaysia, if many of us publish in predatory journal, and then the humankind, because there might be fake science, causing long-lasting damage to the confidence of the community. All right. So, how to spot a potential predatory journal? Usually, as I've mentioned, it guarantees acceptance with little or no peer review process, and mandatory article publication charge, and accepts all articles despite not within the scopes journal of publication, the scope of publication. Poor English quality, unclear ownership, and then website is unavailable or differs from that in the Scopus or WOS, uses non-institutional email, and many more lah. For example, you can check for the status of the journal. For example, this journal, International Journal of Recent Technology and Engineering, it was listed in Scopus but now discontinued. Okay, please double check. And then, because sometimes in the website of this journal, they mention that their journal is indexed under Scopus, but you have to double check, double confirm. And then how about the subject area? Although this journal is on recent technology and engineering, but it includes business management and accounting. So many unrelated subjects is included in this journal. Okay, and then sudden increase of published articles from 100 plus to thousands of articles. That is some of the warning signs lah for predatory journal. So the dilemma would be predatory journal are not going away anytime soon. And they are multiplying. So you have to be smart, you have to check, double confirm about the journal's status. Yeah? And the Scopus and WOS may take some time in removing a predatory journal because sometimes the journal will start clean. Okay, will start clean meaning that it is not a predatory journal, but in time they have become predatory. And Scopus and WOS may take some time in removing the lists. Okay, so be smart. And how about hijack journal? Hijack journal is a fake journal that scammers created and used for predatory publication. For example, as you can see here, this is an example of hijack journal, Hong Kong Journal of Social Science. Okay, this is hijack because as you can see here, uses non-institutional email, Gmail only, yeah. And then the real journal, the original journal is actually indexed. So this is the fake journal, the fake website. They even have the website for this journal. And this is the genuine website. So the scammers are exploiting the language barrier and created a spoof website to solicit articles. So be careful, yeah? Be careful. So the differences between predatory and hijack journal, okay. Both have their limitations. Hijack journals is very dangerous as well because you have spent your money on that journal, but only to come to realization that that journal is not indexed under Scopus or WOS and so on. So please be aware. Right. So extra tips for you, yourself, and us as a researchers before submitting your manuscript. Always check the journal's credibility in Simago portal and ResearchGate. Perhaps there is some in ResearchGate. We have a forum, right, for Q&A. You can just search in ResearchGate, and victims may alert the messages about predatory or fake journals in the forum section in the ResearchGate. So please be aware that about the ethical, the integrity of your conduct, yeah, because it pays for being honest in the long run. It preserves research integrity not only for ourselves, but for the community, for our nation. And please be honest by providing precise and accurate information, although it is a negative outcome, negative data. You have obtained negative data, it's okay. Provide the accurate information and comply with the regulation and the guidelines listed. Okay. So next one, conclusion. If in doubt, please ask to clarify. If you are guilty of misconduct, it is not too late to stop. Stop, admit it to yourself. If it is not too late, admit it and take corrective actions. And if you witness any misconduct, you can report. Okay, you can report to the integrity unit. We have the unit of integrity at UiTM. Okay, so this is, I think this is the last few slides. In UiTM, we have index journals. One index in Emerging Sources Citation, WOS, as you can see there. Asia Pacific Management and Accounting Journal is indexed in ESCI. And then we have 3 Scopus Index journals and 30 MySites Index journal and 13 ACI Index and 3 ERA indexed. Okay, so you can also support our local journals, which is indexed in Scopus as well as WS and MySites and so on. Okay. I think that is all. Thank you for listening. So I'll go back to the chat box. Apa ni? Do we have some time to discuss? Perhaps 5 more minutes. Boleh ke? Puan MC, I think we can discuss for a few more minutes. So we go on to the next question. Okay, salam doctor. I am doing an experiment and I have to take a sample at a desalination plant, and that plant is built in collaboration with other universities. So it is used for the communities in Bachok in Kelantan. Do I need to apply for this research ethics? Okay, Daniel. I think your research involves plants. Okay, plants. If let's say plants and there is bioethical issues regarding the plants, bioengineering, for example, genetic engineering, so you have to go to that committee. You can refer to the biosafety committee in the RMC website. But because I don't know your objectives, if it involves communities, I mean, you have to gain their feedback. Again, you wanted to do some surveys in the communities, then you have to apply for research ethics approval from the RC. Okay, number 7 is on the methodology. I think you have to specify more on what you need for me to detail out on the methodology, or you can always contact me through email. I think in view of time, you can contact me through email if you have any queries on the methodology part. Okay, next question. The study involving questionnaires as well as review patient data record. I will use different, okay. Do I need to submit? No. You can just put together in one application. One application is for one project. So you list out the objectives, okay, of your project in one application. To simplify, any research that does not involve human, solar astrophysics, yes, if it does not involve human data, human interaction, you do not need to apply for research ethics unless your research involves, the biosafety, the genomic or genetic editing on plants, on animals, then you have to go to the other research ethics committee, which is the animal ethics committee, animal care, or the other biosafety ethics. Okay, if we conduct high-risk research involving CAD patients, do we need to present at faculty level, or we can straight away submit to RC? Good questions. You have to present to your faculty first. Your faculty will vet your proposal first for the content. Okay, for the content, and then we at the RC will look at the ethical aspects. Okay, because you need endorsement from your faculty level before it can be passed to the RC. Without the endorsement, the REC committee will not process your application. May I know, can I do the RP first before this research ethics? Yes, the recommendation is you have to pass your DRP first. Because if you do not pass your DRP, your research questions, your problem statement, your objectives might change, might change. And from our experiences, the DRP, before DRP, the objectives or the research questions are all over the place. It is not clear. So it defeats the purpose of submitting to the research ethics committee. Remember, it must be clear to the reviewers in order for them to pass your ethical aspects of the proposal. So to make things easier, you must go through the DRP or at least go through your supervisors, get your supervisor's approval. Okay, in the questionnaire, do we need to provide consent form? Yes, you need to obtain consent. It's just that if it is done through online, you can put a statement. You have to provide the information, of course, the information sheet. You have to explain to your participants what you will be doing, how many minutes do they have to spend to answer your questionnaires and so on, the relevant information lah. And then at the end of the information, you can just state if you proceed to the next part, you are giving consent to participate in this study. Macam itulah for online survey. Okay, no need to, do we need to submit ethics exemption form too if it is not involving human, yeah? Okay. If it is not involving human directly, katakan you only collect data, you only analyze data from the internet, then I strongly suggest for you to submit ethics exemption. But if it does not involve human data at all, whatever is related to human data, then actually you do not need to submit for ethics exemption. But to be safe, you can talk to your supervisors or the person in charge of the research committee to gain some insights, because it depends on the type of your research. Should we take ethics approval before or after? I think I have answered this question. And then feedback form. Feedback form on what? Could you please specify? You can also suggest. You can also suggest for RD system. You can post any of your complaints to the admin for RD system. Okay, I'm from Indonesia. Would like to. Okay, should we take Indonesia? Okay, thank you very much. Suci Wahyu. So, Suci Wahyu, because you are a student registered under UITM, you must pass the ethics approval from the UITM REC. It is compulsory for you to have the approval from UITM REC because you are a student here, you registered here before you wanted to conduct your research in Indonesia. Okay, if there is any event, okay, should we refer to report the case? Okay, I think Fatia, this is more onto clinical trial study, is it?
Yes, doctor.
Okay, if it is clinical trial, we will be monitoring your study. Yes, of course, you must report the case of any event, SAE ke, serious adverse events ke apa ke, you must report.
So I
regularly.
refer to you.
Yes, you must refer to me or the RC Secretariat, and then usually for CT we have research coordinator.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. apa lagi ya dalam slides. I'll share the slides to the organizing ni lah committee, organizer for the webinar. Don't worry. So present DRP baru submit. Yes, kita yang ini saya rasa saya dah jawab tadi. Does Dr. Yong's department offer peer review for student? Setakat ni belum lagi. We don't have the resources for peer review. But peer review biasanya kita bagi kepada co-researchers kita dululah. Okay, all slides will be given within 2 weeks of the. Okay, ada dah yang respond. Give authorship pula. Give authorship is considered as ethically practiced? Of course not. Tadi kita dah cakap kan, give authorship. Sepatutnya the authorship is given to the relevant co-researchers who have provide contributions to the study. So daripada awal, that's why I advise you daripada awal you have to determine who does what are their contributions. Nanti dalam paper writing as well. Okay, who does what are their contributions? For example, data analysis and so on. You have to specify it from the beginning of your paper writing. So allow the students to cite from Google Scholar or Science Direct or PubMed. Index or credible. A lot of the article journal are from Google Scholar kan. So if you wanted to know whether they are indexed or credible, you can just check. Dalam e-library, in e-library we have JCR kan, journal citation report. So you can just go to the link. It is accessible for the students to go to the link and to ensure whether your the journal is cited or indexed. The journal is indexed in WS, in Scopus. We have several links for you to ensure. Science Direct is just Science Direct ni dia satu publisher lah, publisher PubMed. Okay, usually to ensure whether they are credible or not, you have to check by yourselves, and also refer to your supervisors. I'm sure they know whether that journal is usually they go to the journal to publish the data or not. Okay. Encouraged to check the quality of research paper for our reference. Yes, of course. Simago or WS would be one of the platforms you can use to check the quality of your paper. Yes, that's right. The sources from Google Scholar. Again, if you obtain sources from Google Scholar, you can just check whether that journal is indexed in WS or Scopus. You can check for yourselves. Do we need to get ethics approval first or instrument validity? If your instrument validity involves recruiting subjects, then it must be obtained ethics approval. Okay, you must outline it in your ethics approval. I think this is similar to the preliminary studies, the question that has been asked previously. Yes, you must obtain ethics approval together. Okay. All right. Ada lagi. If after the charge, but need to change the group of population due to limit number of sample. You do not need to get the new ethics approval, but you can go to the ethics review committee, research ethics committee for amendment. Just write to us. You'd like to amend on the sample number, and then we will get back to you. But we have some form lah. You can refer to our website, the template amendment form, and just fill up the forms and make sure you provide a cover letter. The justification of additional recruitment. Okay. Should I submit ethics approval from Maldives before submit to UiTM? Okay, you can do this concurrently. You can submit to both concurrently. Submit to UiTM ethics approval, but at the same time, you must you must specify that you will be requesting the ethics approval from the affiliated hospitals. Okay. Okay, apa lagi? Itu saja. I think that is all. Okay, another one saja. I'm doing okay. So Daniel, if let's say you are doing some genetic modification to your plant, you do not need to apply for research ethics approval from us, but perhaps you need to refer to the biosafety committee, which is under RMC, Research Management Center. You can just Google the website for Research Management Center in UiTM and go to the biosafety committee. Refer to them. If let's say you are doing this experiment for the plants and then you wanted to go to the communities to give the plants and take a survey, what do you think about this plant, for example? Then you need to apply for ethics approval from REC UiTM. Okay, is that clear? Okay, I think that is all from me. If you have any questions, just feel free to contact me via email, or you can call the secretariat, the REC secretariat, as well as the publication subunit secretariat. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amira. Saya dengar tak? Saya cakap thank you.
Dengar.
Okay, Doktor. Thank you so much. Doktor dah ambil 5 minit. Madam Siti Rohayu.
I am so sorry.
Tak apa,
My
sebab
apologies.
Sebab banyak sangat
Okay.
Q&A kan. Faham.
Okay.
Okay,
Alright.
I hope what Dr. Amira explained is clear for all the participants. We should see you in the next, inshallah, IGS, Dr. Amira.
Okay, inshallah.
Okay, alright, thank you. Thank you so
Bye.
much, Doctor. Okay,
And all the best. Okay.
Right. Okay, I guess Madam Siti Rohayu has already online. Madam Siti Rohayu. Madam Siti Rohayu. Is Madam Siti Rohayu online? Because I can see here your name is in the list of participants.
Hello?
Okay,
Hello?
Madam Rohayu.
Yes, can you?
Okay, ada suara tak clear sangat. Saya tak dengar sangat suara putus-putus.
Hello?
Hello.
Boleh dengar ke suara saya?
Dengar tapi tak berapa jelas. Yang lain-lain dengar ke suara Madam? Saya tak berapa, saya dengar kat sini tapi putus-putus. Maybe dekat
Tak jelas juga, tak jelas.
Tak jelas ya. Alright. So what about now?
Okay. Mungkin dia bunyi bergaung sikit kot. Macam bunyi. Okay. Cuba Madam cakap.
Hello?
Okay, yang lain okay. Okay, yang ni saya dengar okay sikit daripada tadi. Yang lain dengar tak? Suara bergema. Betul. Memang ada suara bergema.
Bergema ke? Okey.
Ada echo. Ada belakang tu macam ada bunyi belakang.
Sebab satu lagi I boleh dengar ada yang lain lain daripada you uh, on the audio ke? Sebab I pun dengar bergema juga. Wait,
Maybe
Dia bergema sikit tapi saya rasa okey kot.
okey ya. Syariza kata okey. Syafiza kata okey tadi. Kalau okey then madam boleh start lah. Dah 10.24 dah. Okey? Saya okey. Ini okey. Ini okey.
Right, okay. Alright, okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for organizer. Alright, so I think I should proceed to the next module, which is very, very important and quite related to the previous module that are being presented by Dr. Amira, if I'm not mistaken. Just now, Dr. Amira, right?
Ya betul.
Right, so
Madam Rahayu, ada slide tak nak
yes.
present?
I don't have slide, but I will show you my screen.
Oh,
I will show you directly to whatever that I want to show.
okay.
All the
Alright.
things.
Okay.
All right, let me show you my screen right now. All right, so I hope that all of you can see on my screen right now. You are on the library website, library.uitm.edu.my. All right, so the things that I want to share with all of you today, all right, especially on the research databases. But before that, it's very, very important to all of you because I believe that most of you is a new student, whether you are PhD or master student, maybe using a library resources or library services or any databases that available in library is something new for you. All right. So today, the most important thing that I want to share is on how to access to library resources first. All right. It is more important. Nah? All right. Before I proceed on how to use research. All right. So, okay. If you have any questions, not very clear. Is it not very clear? My voice is still not very clear.
Madam, we are not
Yes,
clear.
not
Madam,
so
we are so
clear.
sorry, we can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me. All right. Okay. Wait now. I think I need to go out first, and then I will. Hello?
Madam dah online balik ke?
Hello? Hello?
Tapi suara
Boleh
jauh.
dengar ke?
Suara tu jauh.
Suara jauh.
Suara tu jauh.
I pun tak
Dekat YouTube tak dengar? Dekat YouTube tak dengar.
tak dengar Alright. So actually I dah maximum dah I punya audio ni actually.
Okay, dah dengar. Tapi Madam tak cakap pun.
Hello? Hello?
Dengar.
Dia dengar?
Oh, lambat sikit. Okay, dengar. Tapi tu lah, Madam, suara bunyi macam jauh. Memang jauh ke daripada monitor ke apa ni?
I memang guna I punya monitor.
Tapi suara dia jauh macam tenggelam. Macam kita orang nak kena buka speaker, kita punya volume kuat sangat.
Kejap I try to use I punya earphone. Kejap Hello?
Okay, tapi jauh. Masa yang sama. Yang lain-lain okey ke? Saya seorang je ke yang dengar macam ni? Yang peserta-peserta lain sama ke?
Sama, tak dengar juga.
Hello? Boleh dengar ke? Can you hear me?
Diorang pun cakap jauh. Farahia kata clearly, boleh dengar dengan jelas.
Kurang jelas.
Oh, siapa yang maybe pakai ada speaker mungkin jelas lah kot. Yang pakai dekat Lepi ni punya audio Lepi ni mungkin jauh kot. Okay, diorang kata clear. Apa Madam just cakap je. Madam just present je.
Hello?
Saya dengar.
You can hear me. Some of you already can hear my voice already. Alright.
Saya dengar apa Madam cakap. Dengar tak? Saya dengar. Okay, jelas.
Ya, sometimes dia breaking lah, tapi boleh berhenti lah. Jalan saja.
Jalan saja katanya.
Let me
Madam
change.
jalan je. Okay. Jalan je. Proceed.
Hello, boleh dengar tak suara saya? Dengar?
Okay, boleh dengar. Madam cakap je.
Okay, alright. Okay, alright. So kalau dah boleh dengar, so I proceed. I'm so sorry. I tak sure pula yang I punya audio before this okay je. Alright. So thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. So I shall proceed. Alright. So let me see my screen right now. Alright. Okay. Alright, first of all, okay, as mentioned by organizer just now, my name is Madam Siti Rahayu. I'm a senior librarian in Perpustakaan Tun Abdul Razak 1, UiTM Shah Alam. Alright, so for today's session, module 7 for research databases. So before I start, before I share with you on how to use research databases, the most important things that I want all of you to understand is how to access. All right. So because we receive so many questions from the students related to how to access, where to access, when to access, and everything. All right. So if you have any questions, you can stop me in the middle of my presentation, or you can type in the chat box so that I will try to answer all the questions at the end of my session. Or maybe you can email it to me later. All right. So as you can see at my screen right now, I hope that you can see, all of you can see my screen. Yes or no? If you can see my screen. All right. Okay. All right, so this is library website. So, all right, it's very, very important for you to know where to access all the library resources. All right, because when I have the opportunity to join a few minutes of Dr. Amira sessions just now. All right, so I believe that some of the things that Dr. Amira share with you is quite related to the library. All right, so related to Web of Science, related to Scopus, predatory journals and everything. So I think all that kind of resources you can access through the library. All right, so this is very, very important. Whether you are part-time students, whether you are full-time students, you can access all of our library resources online whenever you are. All right, so if you are in different countries, all right, so if you are in outside campus, still you can access to our library resources. All right, so it's very, very important. So the first thing that I want all of you to have is to download this one. Sorry, where is my, all right. So this is very, very important that I want to everybody to download it to your phone, right? So you are able to get all the library resources by using only your phone. All right, so go to mobilepita.uitm.edu.my. So this one is an app that you can make it available to your phone so that you can access all of our library services to your phone. All right, so it is in a mobile version, so it's very it's quite convenient. It's different from the version that you can access to your laptop, iPads, and so on. All right, so for new students, I really encourage you to download it and then make it available in your phone. All right, very, very easy. All right, so it's just that we need to have the access to your email, Gmail UITM. All right, so that's the first one. All right, that is the first one that I want all of you to do it. All right, so the second one, all right, so once you already download the mobile app, I encourage all of you to go through each and every single app and menus in that app. All right, because it's definitely, believe me, it's going to help you a lot in terms of accessing to all the library services. All right, so you can get your articles, you can read any ebooks, and then you can search for a book in the library. All right, so go back, sorry. All right, go back to our library website. All right, this is very, very important. All right, so where to access to all of library resources. Right, so as I mentioned just now, everything is online. All right, it is okay if you don't come to the library or if you don't have opportunity to come to the library, I mean like physical library, all right, but you can visit us, you can get the resources through our library services in online. All right, so the most important menus that I would like to encourage all of you to access is MyKM. All right, MyKM, just click MyKM, all right, and then it will lead you to a page that, sorry, already a page that you need to access. All right, for you ITM students, definitely you need to access, you need to have a page or a screen that you can declare your emails and everything. All right, so this is very, very important so that not other university students were able to access to our library resources, because in UKM, in in USM, or other university in the world have their own resources. All right, so they also provide an access to their students. All right, so how to access to our library resources? Very easy. For UITM students, go to sign in with iStudent portal. All right, so very, very easy. So make sure that each and every single of you already received your Gmail UIDS. All right, and then you know your password already, because I don't know your password. All right, please remember. Right, so easy peasy that each and every single student need to sign in with your iStudent portal. If you are UITM staff. All right, so you can sign in with Google this one. So you are using your Gmail UITM. All right, so it's very, very easy. All right, so then once you already sign in to the UITM Digital Library, so it will lead you to a new page. All right, so why is it so slow? My internet is so slow. So it will lead you to this page actually. All right, so this is the page that available for you to get most of the information that you need for your research actually. All right, we do have this menu that very, very important, which is information resources. We do have all the thesis and dissertation from the previous student. You can get it full time. All right, so I will explain to you one by one, no worries. And then we have also online databases. All right, so we have more than 20 online databases that are available for you 24/7. All right, and then we have ebooks that you can read online. You can download it, you can print it, you can do whatever that you want. All right, and then we have local content hub. Maybe exam paper is not for you. And then we have open access discovery, because most of us know now it's more to open access. All right, we do have our Khazanah Melayu repository, and then we have also library guides that you can use to help you to get information. Right, but because the time given to me is only 2 hours, I mean, I tried to make sure that I can deliver all of this to you within the 2 hours. All right, so I believe that definitely there's a question at the end of my session related to the library resources. All right, so the first one that I want to share with you is the UITM Institutional Repository. All right, so it is a place, it's a one-stop center for you to, why is it so? All right, so it's a place actually you can access it anywhere, anytime. All right, so sometimes you already know your topics. Sometimes you need to change your topic, your research topic, or you don't have any idea yet what to do for your research, for example. So you want an idea, you want to look for the previous theses and dissertations that did by your seniors and everything. This one is only for the UITM stuff. The one that you can get it for full text is UITM thesis and dissertations only. All right. So the one that owned by other university, that one you only get the first 5 pages. All right. So what you can do here is, let me all right. Okay, as you can see on my screen right now, all right, this is where you can get thesis in full text. So it will give you an idea what to write, what to do, or what topics that you want to choose. So maybe you can get more reference by reading all these previous theses. All right. So you just accept and then submit this one. All right, and then you just select according to your faculty. All right, for example, Faculty of Civil Engineering. All right, so I am from Faculty of Civil Engineering, IPSis. All right, so as you can see, all of it, we have more than 300 theses that available. Okay, thesis 153, thesis for PhD 4, thesis for Master 1, student project, entrepreneurship project, research report, and others is 96. All right, so what is the best thing that I want to show to you is you can download it for free. All right, you can download it for free, and then you can use this information to support your, for example, your chapter 2, your GATS and everything. All right, so this is one of the examples that this is the available for the student. So you can get it for free, and then you can get it in full text version. All right. So actually, maybe some of you will say, Puan Rahayu, is that all for Faculty of Engineering, so the thing is, we only receive whatever that faculty and it give to us lah. All right, it depends. All right, so library is not going to select all that kind of pieces. All right, so we just receive and then we digitize it and then we make it available for you to download it and then make it for free for you to refer. All right, so if you think this information will help you a lot in terms of identifying the correct information or the correct topic that you want to do, yes, you can refer it to. All right, actually, for IR, IR is stand for repository, international repository. Actually, most of the university, other university, if you think that UITM's repository, thesis in UITM, it is not enough for you, all right, maybe your topic, I mean, like the reference is not enough for you, so you may check out other universities also. Go to other universities' library website, and then you can try to search for their repository. All right. So, but the thing is, for their repository, most of the thesis is not available full text for you. Maybe you can get only the first 5 pages. All right. So, same goes with UITM. So this one is available for the UITM user only. All right, for UITM students only. All right, so maybe you can go beyond UITM. I'm not saying that you only can restrict it to whatever that they have in UITM's library, but you can search more or beyond in whatever that we have in the library, because we cannot provide everything to you, right? So maybe your topic, you are doing something that very new, and then it is not the reference that available in the library is not enough and everything. So you can go beyond that, no problem. Right? So do check out this one. All right. So after this, I want each and everybody of you try to use these resources. All right. So actually, it will help you a lot in terms of identifying actually. All right. Because sometimes, when I any students, all right. So when you attend these sessions and then you forgot to access or you don't try to explore whatever that I encourage you to explore today, sometimes you take after 2 weeks you forgot already. So that's why it's very, very important for you to right after the sessions you need to try to explore. All right, so that definitely you still remember on how to access and everything. All right, so I hope this one's very clear already. All right, so moving on to, before that, this is also very, very important, something that I want each and every of you to look for. All right, so Grammarly. All right, actually, in library, we do provide Grammarly services to students. All right, Grammarly is for each and every single user in UITM. But, all right, it's available physically in our computer in the library. If you want to access to our Grammarly Premium, all right, you need to come to the nearest library, all right, and then you can ask the staff there where is the specific computer that you can access to our Grammarly Premium. All right, so this one you cannot get it online to your computer, but you need to come to the library. So that's why I encourage all of you to go to the nearest library, all right, and then ask the staff where is the computer specifically for the Grammarly services. All right, the one that we have in the library is a premium version. All right, so maybe some of you already purchased it during your master, and then you know how to use the Grammarly, but it's okay. All right, maybe this is for a new user. All right, so this is something that very new for this year. All right, so we subscribe to Grammarly Premium, but you need to come to the library. Right? So we do have also QBox services, but unfortunately, it's only for the academician in UITM. If you are one of the academicians in the library, academician in UITM, you can contact us, and then we can provide you an ID and password so that you can access QBox from the computer, from your computer. All right, but the thing is, QBox is 100 concurrent user at one time. So we don't have more than 100 accounts. All right. So I believe if you are an academician in UITM, you can try to contact us through phone or through chat with librarian so that you can ask for the IDM. Okay. For students, UITM, non-academic, so you can use Grammarly and you can come to library. So that's the thing about research tools that I want to share with you. All right, so this one is a previous one, Grammarly, and also QBox. All right, moving on. Moving on to online databases. All right, so moving on to information resources. All right, go online databases. You can go by category, or you can directly go to whatever databases that you know how to access already. Actually, in library, we do have more than 20 online databases that we subscribe specifically for UITM users. All right. So you need to understand one important thing here. All right. So usually, when you access to any online databases, all right, and then you search, you type your keywords, you search for your whatever topics that you want, and then sometimes you click that publication, you click that articles, it required you to purchase, required ID and password. It only provide you with an abstract. There is no full text, meaning we don't subscribe that particular article. All right, so this one is applicable to all the databases that we have in the library. So you need to understand, all right, not all the articles that are available in Emerald, for example, in Science Direct, in ProQuest, in Scopus, in Web of Science, is not everything is available for you. All right, we depend on the subscription. The things that we bought already, we bought only. All right, so you need to understand. If you find out that, oh my God, Puan Rahayu, that is the most important article that related to my topic, but I cannot get the full text. I will explain it to you after this on how to search for that particular article by using Intera below. So we can try, all right, through that services, we can try to search that particular article that we don't have in our subscription so that we can ask other universities whether they have that particular article or resources or not, so that maybe they can share it with us. Later, I will explain it to you in the services. All right. All right, moving on. All right, so as you can see, whether you can go to search or try to search by using online database services through the category, or you can directly click the details. All right, so maybe it is first time. Maybe some of you, it is first time for you to access to online databases. You don't know, you don't have any idea which databases are related to you. And then you are very confused and everything. You don't have to worry, because by this category here, it will help you a lot to identify which one is related. All right. So, for example, if you are in computer science, you just click computer science. So these 6 online databases is related to you. All right. I am not saying that you cannot access to architecture. I am not saying that you cannot access to art and design databases, for example. But actually, it's just a guide for you to understand that whatever that we suggest to you is related to your faculty or your field. All right. So you are free to access to any online database. All right. So once you access by using your UiTM student iPhoto, all right, your Gmail UiTM, you can access to all of these databases anytime. Okay, anytime, 24/7. You can access to your phone, to your iPad, to your computer. You don't have to come to the library. This one, you don't have to come to the library. If you balik kampung, go back to your countries and everything, you still can access this. All right. You just need you to access to the iStudent portal. All right. So moving on, as I mentioned just now, all right. So actually, there have more than 20 online databases that are available in the library. But the one that I'm going to focus today is more on research databases. All right. So as mentioned by Dr. Amira just now, I feel that she already mentioned to you about let me JCR. What is JCR? Journal Citation Report. I will explain to you on how to use JCR, especially when you want to identify the good journal, where to publish after you finish with your writing. All right. And then we have Scopus and Web of Science. All right. So this is very they serve quite similar functions, but the thing is the content is different. All right. So for Scopus, as you can see, all right, Scopus and Web of Science similar in terms of they are index databases. They are not full text databases. They are not going to be the same with Practice. They are not going to be the same with Science Direct. They are not going to be the same with ProQuest, for example. All right. So Scopus and Web of Science, you must understand it's an index platform. All right. Both of them index only articles that available in that volume and issue in that particular resources that index in their platform. Scopus, they have their own sources that index in Scopus. Same goes with Web of Science. Scopus is more to general subject, but Web of Science is more to science and technical. Science and technology, science and technology, right? So basically, actually, you can use both of them. You can use both of them to identify any articles that you want for your research. All right. Moving on to Scopus. All right. Do you have any questions yet? Yes, for Grammarly, you need to come to the library. There's a specific computer in the library that will you can access Grammarly Premium to that computer lah. So you cannot use the computer. All right. Yes, you need to come to definitely you need to come to the library. Just go to the nearest library. Doesn't matter if you a faculty of engineering, you don't have to go to engineering library to come. If you want to come to Pitawan, all right, so it's up to you. Just go to the nearest library. All right. So, all right, this is very, very important for me that I want to share with all of you today. All right, in Scopus. All right. So for research, for master and PhD students, definitely you need to level up your game in terms of accessing and then in terms of getting the most quality articles that will definitely will help you a lot in terms of you understand about your research topic, You can use it for your gaps and everything. So this is the correct platform. Actually, I also read all the questions during the Amira sessions just now. There's a few of you saying that can we use on Google Scholar? Yes, you can. You can use Google Scholar. All right. So it's just that you can use Google also, but the thing is you need to know there's a difference between Google and Google Scholar. All right. Definitely Google Scholar is for the scholarly articles. All right. All the articles gone through the peer review. All right. So you don't have to worry about the qualities and everything. We hope that. Right. But the thing is, in Google, if you type any keyword, definitely you will overwhelm with the search result. That's the thing that I want. I don't want all of you to go into again. All right. So the search results are so high and everything. So it's very, it will make you confused which one to use, which one to choose. And then at the end of the day, you end up with no articles at all that you can. That's why usually the students, postgraduate students will come to the library saying that, where are you? I cannot get the information that I want. Right. And then I still need to find more articles for my chapter 2. I don't have enough articles to support my chapter 2. That's what happens. Because sometimes you overwhelm with so many articles. Sometimes all of them is not related at all to your topic. It's not going to give any benefits to your research topics and everything. So it's very, very important to have a very good keyword. All right, that one, the things that you need to discuss with your supervisor in terms of identifying which keyword that you want to use. And then you need to have a specific keywords, you need to have a general keywords. All right, so that's the thing that you can apply it to online databases. Right. So I want all of you to focus my screen right now. I need all of you to focus so that you will understand. All right. After this, actually, you can explore more. All right, because I cannot show you everything. All right. So what we have here, all right. So as you can see, I will encourage all of you to register. Why you need to register? Right. So maybe some of you say, where are you? We already access, and then you ask us to register to sign in again. All right. So is that something that I know, like something that I think is not convenient to you, it's not convenient to us and everything. All right. So when there's a benefit if you register, if you sign up. All right. So I already signed in. All right, so a few things that you need to understand when you sign up. All right, it's free. It's a very simple registration. You don't have to worry. It is not something like 2 to 3 page that you need to fill up and everything. A very short registration so that you just declare your name, your email, your field of interest. So definitely you get articles that they will send it to you, the articles that related to your field of interest and everything. So that's the benefit that you get if you sign up. All right. So please sign up. Just a simple registration. You don't have to worry. It's not that very complicated. It's just that something that, and I really encourage all of you to sign in. So I already signed up, and then I already signed in. All right. So my name is here. All right. So as you can see here, the 4 main menus here that very important. Right. So this is a new one. I will explain it to you one by one. All right. So, but the most important one is the document. All right. This is sections very important. Quite similar with other search. Search function search for other databases also. Quite similar with Google and everything, right? But the thing is, you can search within it. All right. So it's up to you. You have a lot of options here. Whether you want to go by article title, you can go by abstract, you can go by keywords, you can go by authors. But first of all, sometimes students feel sometimes they're quite afraid to use this kind of search within. All right. So where are you? I don't know which one to use. What is source title? What is article title? Why don't I just use article title. Am I wrong? All right. All right. So if you are worried about this kind of search tools, all right, you just go for the article title extract. All right. So when it comes to search any article, any document in Scopus, all right, or any online databases that are available that you want to do a searching. So it's very, very important for you to identify the correct keyword. That's the thing that you need to identify first. List out the potential keyword. That's very, very related to your research topic. All right. So once you have your keyword, all right, you need to understand that you just sometimes the students came to me and then they have only two keywords. You cannot do that. You need to list out more than that. All right. So you can have your opportunity to get more articles. All right. So, but you don't have to worry. All right. By using OLA, that's the best thing about using OLA database compared to Google, because it will help you a lot to identify a new keyword that you don't think of. All right. So there's a suggestion that will be given to you once you've already searched the keyword. All right. Whether you use specific keyword or you use general keyword. All right. So sometimes students ask the questions to me whether I use specific keyword first or I go for the general. It's up to you. Whether you go, if you find out that if you go for the specific keyword, for example, the one more thing, I will encourage you to use inverted commas so that we instruct those corpus to search for heart attack. I don't want any heart or I don't want any attack. I want heart attack. That's the things that I want each and every of you to use the inverted comma so that corpus will find heart attack for you. All right. So whether we can go by specific keyword like this, or you can go for the general. For example, you just search heart first. All right. So in most of the databases, they have a section for you to refine your results, so you don't have to worry. For example, I just want to search for this keyword. All right. So I search for heart attack. All right. So actually, all right. So as you can see here, the 10,000 documents found that related to this keyword. Right. So as I mentioned earlier, there are refine section here that will help you a lot in terms of to refine your result according to author's name, subject area, document type. Article here is referring to article journal. All right. From the source title, where it is published, the publication stages, the keyword, affiliation, funding sponsor, territory, country, source type, language, and everything. All right. So as you can see here, most of the articles definitely in English language, but you can definitely find other language, but the abstract is available in English, so you don't have to worry. So you can make your, from the 10,000, you can refine your result to whatever that related to your topic. For example, okay, I just want article only. So you can limit to or you can exclude. Exclude so meaning you don't want that. Okay, limit to meaning I want that. All right. So from 10,000, this one I limit to and only focus the 6,000 that published in journal only. All right. So as you can see here, there's so many buttons, menus, and everything. Don't confuse. Don't be afraid to try to use each and every single menu here. All right. So as you can see, actually, this one, you can sort by date newest, date oldest, cited highest. All right. But usually, I encourage my students whether you can go by the highest citation. So definitely you want to refer to the highest citations, right? You can go by relevant, you can go by first author, or you can go by source title. All right, so let us try to go by the highest citation. See? The highest citation from the 6,000 plus documents here, all right, it is from this article. All right, from this article with 7,000 citations. This is kind of articles that you want to refer. All right, so you can do further reading here. Okay, how can we do a further reading from this article? All right, you click the article so that you are able to get more information about this article. All right, wait now. All right, so you can see the preferences. All right, so you can see all the document type, the ISSN, DPI. All right, so this is all the metrics that if you need this kind of metrics, so you can view this one. All right, so you can read the abstract first. You can see the index keyword. All right, index keyword. What types of keywords that are available in this publication. So this is one of the things that I like about databases actually, not only for Scopus, because they provide us more keywords from our keywords. All right, so definitely will open more horizon of your keyword searching. All right, so definitely you have an idea. Oh my God, this is something that I don't think of. All right, so why don't I, from heart attack, I try to use this kind of keyword. All right, that is available in that publication. All right, so you can use this one, and then you can go from all the references. There's 20 references here, so you can try to click and then go for further reading. From one article, why is it like this? Huh? From one article, it will lead you to more articles to go. Right? So that is the best thing about using online databases compared to the things that you search in Google. All right. Definitely, sometimes it will give you information overload. All right. So, or you get overwhelmed with all those articles. You don't know where to, which one to choose and everything. But it's okay. You can directly export this one to your Mendeley or EndNote. Okay, Mendeley or EndNote is one of the reference manager tools that available in the library. All right, we do have instructor that will help you in terms of to understand and help you on how to use EndNote and also Mendeley. All right, so if you need help, you can enter the classes. I will explain to you at the end of my session how to enter the classes. All right, so maybe this is the first time for you. All right, so in UiTM's library, we do have these two reference manager tools that will help you in terms of, organize your resources. All right, so it's not resources, references. All right, organize your references. All right, whether you use Mendeley, you can get it for free. You can download it to your computer right now. All right, you can get it for free. If I'm not mistaken, you get 2 gigs, right? I think that this is enough for your PhD research already. All right, so and then we do have EndNotes. EndNotes, we subscribe it for you. All right, the one that you search EndNotes and then you download it and then use it, that one is not a full version EndNotes. That one is a trial version. Within 30 days, I think you need to like redo and everything. So the one that you have in the library, if you want to use EndNotes, you try to download it from our website and then get the password from the librarian. You can ask any librarian. All right, so you can ask any librarian. But for Mendeley, you don't have any. You just sign up in Mendeley and then you can use it already. All right. There's 2 options for you, but you need to conduct with your, you need to refer to your supervisor, whether your supervisor are familiar with endnotes of Mandalay. So ask your supervisor first, and then only you can decide. Right. Personally, I love Mandalay. All right. So if you ask me, I prefer to Mandalay because I love something that less button, less menu, that confuse me. All right. So I like something that very simple, but can work on my organizing my references very quickly. So from here also you can transfer, you can export to your Mendeley or Angular. Or you prefer the other reference manager tools, it's up to you, right? But in your IPM, we are very familiar with these two online, reference manager. Okay, right. All right, moving on. Okay, I'm moving back so that I can show you, all right, what we have in there, right? So we have also related documents, all right, and cited by more than 19,000 documents. You can go from here and then go further to whatever articles that related to the one that you choose at the first article that you choose now. All right, so that's why I sometimes maybe it will lead you to information overload, but you need to control yourself in terms of make sure that it is in your scope, still in your that related to your research topics and everything. All right, so, and then please, after you get all the articles, please refer to your supervisor. Ask your supervisor your opinions whether this article is related or not. All right, that's why that's the most important. Right. So, but the thing is, getting more information, getting more articles, it will help you a lot to understand your research topic. That's the most important thing. Because sometimes the students that came to the library and then asked the librarian, sometimes they do not know, they do not understand yet their research topic. Sometimes they have no idea. Actually, I don't understand yet, Puan Rahayu, what I'm going to do with my topic. All right, so I don't understand yet. So I need to further read that. That's the thing that you have to do by reading. There is no way that you can cut this one. All right, there is no shortcut in doing research by read. All right, okay. Moving on to going back to the scopus, the main menus here. All right, so what times I have to stop, huh? Oh, 11:45. So like not more than half an hour. All right. So I try to make it as soon as possible to make sure that I can deliver all of the videos. All right. So moving on to authors. All right. So when it comes to research in for postgraduate students, sometimes maybe definitely I receive a question from the student saying that why is it authors is very, very important. All right. So do we need to search before the authors, right? So, but the thing is, as I mentioned earlier, all right. So when you do a research, you need to know your authors. All right. So you need to identify, you need to find out who is the top authors in your area, in your research topic, in that category. All right. So that you can follow them, so that you will lead you also to the more ideas, more articles, more information, more new knowledge. All right. So sometimes prominent authors that do any articles that already indexed in Scopus or Web of Science, definitely they are very good, and then they are doing the same thing. They're going for the same vibe, right? Vibe is like a new term for the new right now, all right? So I mean, like usually they are doing the same thing, all right? So you need to follow them so that you are able to get more information, get articles, or you can also build a relationship with that particular author, all right? Especially for the international author, all right? So usually, sometimes if you ask, For example, just now already mentioned to you, sometimes you click that particular article, you don't subscribe, and then you cannot get the full text, so you're very frustrated and everything. But the thing is, what you can do is, okay, let me do one example with you. All right, so for example, we have our top researcher in UIDM. Right? Okay, here. This is one of the top researcher in UIDM. All right, Muhammad Yusuf. All right. All right. So I will try to get to know Muhammad Yusuf's publication first. Maybe you said that Farayu, I think I'm doing something that related research that provided by published by Muhammad Yusuf. All right. So I think I want to get more information or articles related to this area. All right. So you can go by. You need to know your authors. All right. So he is one of the top researchers in UIDM with high index journal. Okay, the higher the number is the better. All right. And then also the higher the citation is better. All right. So maybe you can try to keep track all the publication from Muhammad, for example. Right. So that's why it's very, very important to identify any top researcher in your publication. It's also you can discuss with your supervisor. If your supervisor can share with you a few names that he thinks that maybe you can refer to their publication. For example, this one, you said that, okay, I want this article. This article is related to my research, but I didn't get the full text. So how? All right. So that's the best thing about online databases. All right. You can contact the corresponding author. All right. So you can email it to corresponding author. Sorry. All right. So just email to corresponding author to ask them for the full text. All right. So I did that. And most of the request that I make to corresponding author, they reply back to me, and then I get the full text, right? Just mentioning like, okay, I'm Siti Rahayu, I'm from this blah 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 faculty. All right, okay, I've read your articles in Scopus. I am doing the same research topic with you. So, but the thing is, I find out that articles that available in Scopus is not in full text. If you mind to share with me your full article, it will be delightful. For example, like that. You just mention just like that in your email. Definitely, the corresponding author, inshallah, will reply back to you with the full text. Right, that's the thing that I always use. All right. So besides that, asking the librarian to get it for you. All right. So actually, the one sometimes the misunderstanding students always misunderstood that librarians will get more access to articles in any databases. It's wrong. All right. I am using the same things that available for you. All right. So if you cannot get the full text from this article, I also cannot get the full text from this article. We are user for this online database. All right. So that a few tips that I want to share with you. All right. You just contact the correspondent. That's the thing that how you want to get a full text version of this article. All right. So from here also, you can click each and every single author. All right, so maybe you say, okay, this is resource team. So maybe I can try some students so that I can get to know more some students publication, for example. So you can click some students and then go the profile and then you can see all the some students publication. All right, so from here, right? So that's why I definitely encourage you to use Corpus or any databases that so that you can, from the first keywords, it will lead you to so many, so many options that you can get the insight, right? So one more thing that very, very helpful here is, okay, you try to click this journal. All right. Try to click the journal, you can get this. All right. For each database or any platforms that available in this world, all right, they have their own indicator saying that this journal is A plus, this journal is B plus, this journal is C plus, for example. All right. So they are using their own metric. They have their own calculation to rank specific journal for specific ranking. All right. So in Web of Science, I will show you later. All right. They are using JTR. All right. That's the metrics that they use. All right. But the thing is, for Scopus, they have this. All right. They have type score rank, right, to show you the performance of this particular journal. So if you want to publish after this, you need to refer to it. Right? So maybe you can present it to your supervisor saying that, okay, doctor, I find out that this journal is blah 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 with metrics blah blah blah. SJR and SNIP is the indicator. The higher the number is the better. All right. Same goes with well. All right. So and also Corpus also they have their own quartile. All right. So, but the thing is, the quartile, as I mentioned earlier, all right, when different platform with different kind of ranking that indicator that they have, it's not going to be the same lah with other databases. Quartile in Web of Science is we can say that is the best quartile because they are referring to JCR, right? And then it's more recognizable. Is that correct? The word, all right? Because in our publication system, publication university system, we only accept JTR quartile, not Scopus quartile here. All right, because we are referring to our Ministry of Education, because to accept only JTR quartile, not Scopus. They do not accept, but the thing is, it is not wrong. So that's a different thing that you need to understand. It is not wrong, but maybe quartile in Scopus, it is not as standard as GCR quartile in for any journals in Web of Science. All right. So please make sure that you understand. It is not wrong. All right. But the thing is, you can try to publish. No problem. Right. So this one you need to discuss with your supervisor. Right. So you are able to identify the how the ranking is going. They presented the ranking and everything. All right. So this information will help you a lot in terms of choosing the right journal to publish. Right. So moving on here. One more thing that is very, very important here is research discovery. Research discovery also is a new thing actually by Scopus. Just launched this year, all right, in July, if I'm not mistaken, all right. So for example here, all right, so you just enter keyword. Okay, I just enter my keyword here, and then Scopus will list out, all right, any researcher that related, that published about this keyword, about this topic. All right, so my internet is slow right now. So actually it's going to appear here so that it will help you a lot in terms of identifying the researcher. That's why it's very, very important. Right, maybe previously in our undergraduate study, we are doing our assignment. Maybe authors is not that very, very important to us. It's just that you need to find the articles. You don't care about the author, but when it comes to research in master and PhD student, definitely you need to use the author, researcher, better about your research topic. All right. So I am not sure whether why is it. But yes, here, right? So you can click each and every profile. All right. So actually, basically, it already summarized to you. Okay, Pangsit Supa. All right, from Thailand. All right, the number of matching documents that are fitting. You can click these 15 articles. You can read it, and then total of citation, total of document by Supa is 6 to 1, and with high index. High index is for Supa, for the author. High index actually for authors. All right, so the higher is the better. All right. So you can use what you can refine also according to country, according to organization. It depends. Sometimes our research demographic is like that. All right. Sometimes maybe you said that, well, I think I'm doing something that in Malaysia. I want to my scope is more to perspective in Malaysia, for example. So I don't want to refer to the other country. So you can do that. You can stick your according to your scope. Right. Sometimes it's more your research only focus in Malaysia. It depends. All right. So that's why. And then sometimes your research involves coverage here. Maybe, for example, you are doing something on COVID, for example, COVID-19, right? So you will find previously COVID-19, coronavirus. Actually, coronavirus maybe started earlier than 2020, for example. But the thing is, the producing of publication that talk about COVID-19 or coronavirus is more within these 5 years, for example. So if your scope is like that, definitely you need to minimize, you need to refine your result according to the publication year. All right, so it will exclude any previous that is not related. So that's how, by using the refined result here, is very, very important. All right, so it minimizes your search result. It make your selections more better than thousands or millions of articles that you can choose. Okay. Okay, moving on to this one. All right, organization. All right, this organization is also one of the important things that I want to share with you. All right, because of maybe you think that, can I identify any UITM's publications that available that already indexed in Scopus? Yes, you can. Not only for UITM, you can go for any universities in this world. You think that Oxford is good? Your area your area is more like better in Oxford, you can search article in Oxford. You want to go for Harvard, you want to go to any university in Japan, any university in Indonesia, any university in Middle East, it's up to you. So you just need to just type it out. Okay, I'm using Mara. Okay, this is UITM. This is the official name for UITM. All right, University Technology Mara. So I click this one. All right, so you can find that from the beginning, all right, we have more than 38,000 articles with UITM affiliation is already indexed in Scopus. All right, what are those articles? You can see it yourself. All right, so you can search by do a refine result here. All right, so you can go by year, you can go by this one, open access. We have so many open access category here. We have gold, hybrid gold, bronze, green, and everything. Year, who are the top authors in Scopus. All right, subject area, document type, source title, publication thing, keywords and everything. So many attributions and everything. All right, it depends on you. All right, so how you are sometimes, okay, how to get the most important thing, usually you will ask me, Rahayu, just now you mentioned about Scopus is index database, it won't provide you any full text. Yes, some of the full text is available, some of them it is not available. Because it depends on our subscription. All right, so Scopus actually is subscribed by our Ministry of Education. You go to UKM, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, you go to University of Malaya, it's going to be the same scopus that we have in the UIT. Right? Because Ministry of Education subscribes for you. Your friend in USM also are using the same scopus that you have here. All right. If you click that this publication, you cannot get full text. You also cannot get the full text from USM. All right. So, for example, if you want the full text, you can try view a publisher. All right. So, Scopus will try to crawl from all of our databases that are available in the library, and then they try. For example, this one, they found it in here. All right. So is there any full text that available for us? Okay, I try to click here. Did I get the full text? So good, right? Right. So sometimes you can get it. If you cannot get it, just now I already mentioned to you, try to contact to email it to corresponding author. All right. So moving on. All right. This one also you can export. You can download it. You can use export to your Mendeley, export to your EndNotes. You can search or you can decide whatever information that you want. So many more. All right. So you can download it to Excel. Thanks to you. All right. You can download it. You can view citation overview. And then you can save to your list. You want to read it later, you can save it to your list. You can sort it according to the higher citation. It depends. All right. So this one is UITM. I will give you one more example. Maybe you think like, oh my God, Farayu, I think UITM is just not enough for me. Can I go for other international universities? All right. So yes, you can. You just like, for example, Harvard. All right. So you go just Harvard University, and then you just click. All right. So click the number of publication here. So you can start according to your subject area. For example, okay, I am more to engineering. All right. So I just want only engineering publication. From 669 just now, it's down to 29,000 only that related to engineering. So you can narrow down one by one, go slowly, and then you can try to search any articles that related to you that produced or published by Harvard University. You can try the other universities. You can go by country if you want, no problem. All right. So I hope you can try to use this kind of menu here to identify. They are using the same method, but the thing is maybe they provide you not the same result. All right. So the last thing that I want to share with you in Scopus is this one. All right. Click sources is where you want to identify any potential journals that you want to publish, or you want to identify which journal that index is Scopus. All right. So you can go by subject area. If you don't have any idea yet, when you say, Farayu, I don't know which journal, I don't know anything. I just want to identify first what types of journals that are available in my area. All right. So you can go by subject area. You can go by title if you have the title, right? You can go by publisher. Not that very easy to go by publisher, right? So you can go by ISSN. ISSN is like an identity card number for this particular journal. Each and every single journal, they have their own ISSN number. It's not going to be the same with other journals. So it's very, very important. That's why when any lecturer or student come to me and then they say, okay, Pura, you can check for me whether this journal it is indexed in Scopus or not. So usually I will ask them, you have the ISSN number, because ISSN number is going to refer directly to that particular journal. Sometimes if you give me the name is slightly different. It's going to be slightly different. All right. So for those who are not that very sure, saying that, for example, for you, I'm not that sure yet. Can you list out first for me so that I can see it together with my supervisor, and then we can make a decisions or try to publish to submit my work to any publisher that I think related. All right, so you can go by that area. For example, okay, where are you? I am in biochemistry, so can I apply? And then the scopers will list out all biochemistry areas, journals that index in scopers. I believe we do have more than this, but this one is only the best one that index in scopers. So we highly recommend it to you to publish in this journal. All right. So how? All right. So as you can see, it's sort according to view metric for year. All right. And then you can go each and every single one in this journal. But for example, I just want to click one more examples that you can, so that you can see what types of information. All right. This is something that I always share with all the researchers in UIPS. All right. Researcher meaning you and lecturer. All right. So please be very careful. All right. To identify the correct journal that you want to publish. All right. Please read this one. Please make sure it is to present. All right. So sometimes you receive so many emails, right, from the publisher, right? When you do your master and PhD, and then your lecturer also receive so many marketing from the publisher. Saying, please, I am journal blah blah blah. We are very pleased to welcome you to publish with us. If you publish with us, we can give you blah blah blah. Our journal is indexed in corpus. You can check from here. All right. So make sure that you didn't publish in the wrong journal. Right. Sometimes that's why it's very very important to check. So make sure that it is to present, meaning natural catalysis is still in the game. All right, that is very, very important. So make sure that the journal still index in Scopus that you can try to publish in this journal. So I mean, like, you don't have to understand everything about the calculations and everything. Maybe you just need to know that, okay, the higher the number is better, right? There's a calculation behind the scene that you don't have to fully understand, right? So the site score rank, the content coverage and everything, you can click and achieve in every single thing here. So you can find the subject area. Maybe you start, oh my God, Puan Rahayu, I am in chemical engineering and bioengineering. So I think I want to submit to my writing details, for example. It's up to you. Right? So you can try to contact to natural catalysis so that you can try, and then that's the things that you need to do when it comes to things that you want to publish. All right. So please make sure. Sometimes the content coverage, all right, to 2022, meaning nature catalysis is only performed until 2022 only. All right. So it index in 2018 until 2022 only. But for 2023, it is not indexed yet. Actually, you need to understand each and every single journal in any scopus of Web of Science, they need to maintain their performances. All right, to maintain their standards. So any journals that they want to publish, they want to make sure that each and every single article is very, very high quality so that they can maintain their index status in that platform. All right. So maybe your supervisor said, Ali, can you, I think nature catalysis is very good. I already published before this. All right. So maybe you can present it to your supervisor saying that, doctor, I already did my searching in Scopus. We find out that catalysis is only available index in Scopus until 2022 only. All right. So it is not encouraged for you to publish in this journal. All right. Sometimes, okay, when it comes to, I'm saying not encouraged, meaning it is not wrong to publish in natural catalysis. It's just that natural analysis, maybe it is not in the game anymore. Still publish, you can publish, no problem. It is not wrong. But the thing is, Nature analysis is not in standard of high index journal, for example, right? So no problem. But if you need help in terms of identifying the correct journals that you want to publish, where to publish and everything after you finish your writing, you can come to the library and then you can definitely librarians will help you in terms of guide you in terms of picking the right journal beside your supervisor's opinions and everything. So we do have that kind of consultations with all the students. All right. So I hope this one's very clear already. Okay, I try to move on. Oh, he's already. Can I have 10 minutes more? Can I have 10 minutes? I don't have any, you don't have any speakers after this, right? Can I have 10 minutes more? Yes, all right, okay.
Sure, Doctor.
All right, okay. Moving on to Web of Science. All right, so as I mentioned earlier, Scopus is quite similar to Web of Science, it's just that it's content. All right, Scopus is more to general subject, what Web of Science is more to science and technology. All right, for medical, engineering, kind of things, this is your kind of online basis that you need to refer. All right, so what is the things that I love about Web of Science? Can you see? Can you feel it? All right, so what's the things that you find out, the first thing that you see, the screen of Web of Science? Right, it's very simple, right? All right, I love something that very, very simple. It's not that very complicated. Sometimes more buttons, more menus, it's quite complicated, and then which one to use. All right, so it's too many things. I don't like that. All right, so I believe that Web of Science, they improve each and every single year for their searching screen, so that will make any layman also can do the searching. All right, you ask your grandfather, okay, grandfather, can you do any searching? Definitely, your grandfather will go definitely here, right? So it's very, very simple. Okay, maybe Google is the simplest search engine, but the thing is, for me, this is something that I like. All right, so I hope that each and every single databases also, they have their own strategy to make sure that the first screen for the search buttons or menu and everything, they simplified that so that it's easy for the layman to do the searching. All right, so there are only two important menus here is documents and researchers. All right, documents same with Scopus just now. All right, so you can type any document. You can use the inverted comma. You can add row for more advanced search. You can add date range to make sure that, okay, I want only the last 5 years. It's up to you. All right, you yourself rearrange whatever that you want so that you can get to the correct article. All right, you yourself massage, what we call it. I always use the word massage the thing so that you can get whatever that you want. All right. So from here, you can also type any keyword. All right. So type a tag. All right. So you just click search. All right. So from here, one of the things that I love about Web of Science, Web of Science will highlight the keyword that I already typed just now. So definitely the 5,816 article is talk about heart attack. All right. So it is easier, much easier for the user to feel confident about their searching. All right. You can refine your result here to publication. All right. So you can see I already use the publication years to narrow down my searching. Or you say, okay, I want article only. Okay, fine. Refine to article only. This is only article journal. You can sort by relevance. Okay, so many. Don't confuse. Don't be afraid with this kind of things. Huh? All right, you can go for higher citation. It's up to you. All right, you can click each and every single author here. You can click the journal. All right, so this is one of the important tips that I want to share with all of you. Remember, just now I already mentioned to you each and every single platform, Scopus or any other platform, they have their own indicator to rank their specific journals that they already indexed in their platform. All right, so same goes with Web of Science. All right, so for example, this one, if you want to find out that the performance of this particular journal, for example, this one, I just click this journal. All right, so I know already, all right, for the journal impact, it is in Q1. For quartile, there's only for quartile 1, 2, 3, 4. The highest one, the best is quartile 1, Q1, followed by Q2, Q3, Q4. All right. So, but the thing is, not all the journals in Web of Science consist quartile. Some of them, there is no quartile, but still is the best journal that get indexed in Web of Science. So you don't have to worry. All right. Maybe the I mean like the what we call the requirement, yes, the requirement for you to get published in Q1 journal is higher than Q2, Q3, Q4 on non-quartile journals that index in Web of Science. It depends. All right. Maybe it is not that it's not that easy for you to publish in that particular journal, but you can try, right? So it's just that make sure that you write the most, you need to improve your writing, your evidence, your gaps and everything, so that you can try. And the last one, you can try to publish to any high index journal. All right. So the quartile, you need to refer to JIF, not JCI. Okay. All right. So we don't accept this one. We accept only this one. For Ministry of Education, for publication system, we only accept JIF, Journal Impact Factor. The higher the better. Q1 is better than Q2, Q3, and Q4. All right. But at least you can try to publish to any journal in Web of Science. Okay. So anything that with this one, open access, this one, you can search and you can get the full text if you search in Google. All right. So this one, you can get it for free. You can get the full text. All right. So you just click. And then this one, you can click this one. Okay. And then you can get it for free. Your full text. All right. So, but it depends. All right. So you can download it. Okay. You can download it. That is up to you. Whether you want to print it, you want to copy, you want to do, you want to. And also, you can create your mark list. So you want to read it later, or you can export. You can directly export. This is something that's very, very good. It's very convenient. All right. You can directly export it to EndNotes, to Web of Science, the RefWorks, RIS, and everything. So many. All right. So it's easy. Sometimes maybe you get, I just love to like export everything first, and then I will read later. I will read it later. No problem. It's just 100 articles you can export in in Scopus. In EndNotes, in Mendeley. But you can read later. You can make your selections later. No problem. Okay. Okay. I think that's the last one that I want to show with you is JCR. Okay, JCR is under J, the last one that I want to show. All right, JCR actually we put outside so that everybody can able to access. All right, so JCR, this is one of the way that you can identify any potential journals that you want to publish. All right. So any potential journal you want to publish, you can go by category. All right. So you can, for example, okay, I'm in chemistry. I'm in chemistry. Okay, I want to, okay. And then I'm from geology, right? So you can see click geology and then you see 48 journals that available for you to look for and then try to publish any journal in this category. So this is one of the way that you can identify, right? And also, yes, you have any questions? Who is turning your audio? You have any questions? All right. Okay, one of the things, if you want that to attend our classes, just now I already mentioned to you about our classes, kan? If you want to attend to our Mendeley and EndNote classes, you can go by here. Services, UKKM. You can booking your class here. You can booking your class here, all right? And then you can select also your sessions. Usually, the class is conducted through online and also physical, but it depends. All right, so it depends if you want to to join physical classes, you need to come to the library lah. If you were able to come to the library, you can make it online. Right, so you can choose whatever modules that we have in here, so that the system will reply it to you so that you can attend the section, the classes lah. Right? Okay. Okay. Question. There's so many questions here. Right. Okay. I try to answer one by one. Let me stop sharing first. Okay. Where is the question begin? Yes, Grammarly is everywhere. You just go to the library. Go to the library, the nearest library. Yes, okay. What else? Okay, yes. You need to try to use Web of Science and Scopus. Yes, if you have anything that you want to ask about journals, articles that you want to search for especially for your chapter 2, you can come to the nearest library. All right? You can come to the nearest library. Yes, example thesis also we do have in the library. As I mentioned just now, we do have one available for UITM thesis and dissertation. We have full text version. You can download it online. But if you prefer the physical one, sometimes there's a student or some people love to pull the physical thesis. They can come to the library. All right, so you can come to the library. What else? How to exclude a group of articles from the list in Scopus, for example. What do you mean? Not. Yes, you can use not. The one is Boolean search. The use of Boolean search or not and and. Okay. All right. It can use, okay, application. Yes. Email stuff. Yes. Oh, email stuff. Grammarly, you need to come to the library. Grammarly, you need to come to the library. If I join the class, can I get the letter because I applied for unrecordable? Okay. Letter for what do you mean by letter? Maybe you can, we don't provide you any official letter if you want to join to our classes. But the thing is, maybe you can just show your application or any email confirmation from the system itself. Yes, of course, you can borrow books. You can go to OPEC. In my KM just now, go to OPEC. You just type OPEC UITM. You can search all the books online. Right. But if you want to borrow a book, of course, you need to come to the library. Right.
Sorry, Madam Rahayu. If let's say if I borrow the book online, the librarian will post to us?
Actually, where are you right now?
Shah Alam.
Oh, Shah Alam. All right.
It's actually my book that I wanted is dekat Pita Puncak Alam Hospital.
Oh, okay. actually we encourage the students to make sure that you go to the nearest. Maybe they can send it to Pita 1 and then you can collect in Pita 1.
I do contact the person in charge dekat Pita One, and they trace the record and mention that that book only got at the Hasa.
Oh, okay.
So I really need that book. So is it necessary for me to book online? Then I will get it. You means that librarian post to me, or I need to go there and pick up by myself.
Actually, we encourage you to pick up by yourself. Actually,
Okay.
right? So because we want to reduce because we have more than 39 libraries, so we want to reduce the movement of the physical book so that we can reduce high risk for the books to move here and there, right? That's why we encourage if you can make yourself go to the Hasa and then like borrow the book, it would be convenient for the library staff actually.
Okay, thank
But
you.
the thing is, maybe if you think that you can come to Pita One, maybe we can arrange from Hasa to Pita One and then you can come collect it to Pita One.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, madam.
Okay. Yes, all right. So Grammarly, you need to use the one that are available in the specific computer in the library. All right. Okay, that's all that. Any questions that you want to ask before I end my session? Any questions? And actually, we do have in our classes just now, we have PhD clinic. Also, it's a classes for the PhD and master, not only for PhD. So we hire, it's not hire, it's a wakaf ilmu from our consultant, specific consultant that very expert in quantitative and qualitative. So if you want to join, you can use the name. Let me share with you one more time. All right. So how to apply for these classes? Okay. Go to services, EKKM, booking class. All right. So if you want to join to our, all right. So where is basically it's not here anymore. All right. Or you may contact us. You may contact us so that we can arrange PhD clinic for you because we do have our consultants that specific for quantitative. Actually, our consultant will help you a lot in terms of any stages from the research because we do have students that coming back and then join the session every single week so that the consultant just act like your supervisor, your second supervisor. All right. So maybe if you are comfortable with the consultant, you may ask any questions from your research, your problem statement until your statistical things. For example, how do you explain S and everything. All right. So that we are going to divide you according to your research method, whether you're quantitative or qualitative. So if you request for qualitative, we are going to give you a consultant that expert in qualitative. Right? So that thing that I want to share with you. Any questions, some more? All right. No question. All right. Okay. I think that's all from me, from the library. Thank you so much for your participation today. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, all right, you can come to the library. All right. The nearest library that you have. All right. I hope that the things that I shared with you today is going to benefit you. It will help you learn in terms of identifying the correct article and then to understand better about your research topics and everything. So that's all from me. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Madam Siti Rahayu.
Yes.
I appreciate your time for the presentation. Okay, everyone. Uh, If you have any further questions, you can always ask Madam Siti Rahayu. As she told just now, can go to the library itself, or Madam ada bagi email ke tadi untuk diorang forward
Okay,
any
kejap.
questions ke ada?
Email lah. Okay, I bagi email sekejap.
I believe my colleagues will put Madam Siti Rahayu's email in the chat box, so all of you can check there. Okay, I can see in the chat box some of you has been asking for yesterday attendance, yesterday module attendance. What happened yesterday? Don't you get the attendance yesterday? Where have you been yesterday? Did you attend? You can see few of you is asking on the chat box for the yesterday module. Someone asking for module 1. Okay, as per mentioned by, as per delivered by Dr. Mas yesterday, all the attendance link, all the QR code is together with the assessment. Okay, whereby the assessment need to be completed and submitted before 10 of November. Okay, no modules or handouts will be given because we have to focus and listen carefully to what the presenter present. Okay, that show how you give full attention to the presentation. Okay, not by asking where's the module. I know you want to refer the module for the answer, but the module cannot be distributed now because we have to compile all 8 modules. Then only we can send over to the participants. It is within 2 weeks after the session, after this RSS finish. Okay. Okay. I'll try to post attendance link for today module, which is module 5 and module 7. And it has also shared by Izzaz Hazmi. Okay, this is module 5.
Sorry, Puan, just want to ask about attendance today. We need to access Dr. Yong and Dr. Siti Rahayu only, is it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'll stop share the module 5. I'll continue with module 7. Okay, I think I stopped sharing the screen. Okay, we were having a break time until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay, with the same link. Okay, see you all back at 2 p.m. Okay, thank you.